Still, he just was 6. You're 7, right? You were 7 at the valley.
Yeah, you got one over here. I'm fine, so you're in trouble.
He's supposed to be here.
Well, what money are you referring to? No. Don't let people screw up that what we were doing there. We were trying to make sure that this project was working fast.
Yeah, we didn't want it to go away.
Well, it wasn't gonna pass out. We made sure that there was something in place. It was a lot of hard work. Yeah, I do. Where you guys had you had 8
I did it too, so I can't really get it.
Yeah, it's up to you.
It would have put a better face.
Good morning.
Nice little brand.
Gotta go get more. I'm out.
Brand. So you got a name first? That's all you take.
I'm sorry, Amy.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
I think I do well. I was
Kind of either ambivalent to it.
yeah, he feels trust. But I mean, we got members that can we do this space
To make sure that members feel comfortable with voting with us, we're going to have to make sure that there was something that they gave her this feeling of, okay, people, is there someone out there? So, that they recognize the name that we can do something. And what the idea was to take people there, people that are engineers, all that.
Yeah, that's it.
So that they keep going. And that would give kind of people that maybe even 7 votes. By putting on their ages.
what I want to do is
I just got short desk for me. Yeah, I guess you was like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Instantly on the phone. Calling Anthel and saying, okay, what is this? Anthel's relationship, the best relationship.
Yeah, but this later, later in the evening, but everything was, no, I don't know if I saw more time, it's kind of small, maybe I saw it.
And they were
But it was really
great.
cool.
And wanted to
Oh, that's why everybody was moved off. What time was that?
even outside of
Okay, that might have been a little bit more. Okay, yeah.
the opportunity.
No, he's up there, and
You made it.
We'll be starting shortly. Like to ask that members, voting members with name tags and their guests, husbands, wives, whatever, be allowed to take the seats toward the front of the room, please. And those who are not voting members or guests of a voting member, such spouse, significant other, please seated toward the back of the room so members, voting members, can have their seats toward the front. We'll be starting soon and ask as a courtesy that all ringers for phones be turned off. I'll turn mine off. We'll be starting here just as soon as we have those on the phone registered. So if you'll begin taking your places, please. We want to stay on schedule. And just one announcement to get started with before we do start the meeting. In the back of the room, the Kenai Peninsula Republican women have a quilt raffle back there. It's a patriotic pattern, queen-size quilt. The local artist, Donna Weeks, is $10 each for a ticket, or 3 for $25. The drawing will be held today. You don't have to be present to win, but if you're here, you can win and pack it, take it home with you. But in the back, where are the ladies with the raffles? I think back over here by this table. So if you would like to participate in the Kenai Peninsula Republican Women's Quilt Raffle, please see the ladies in the back of the room over here. We'd like to help them raise a little money. And as soon as we know that we have the phone people registered so that we know who's here in attendance, we'll start with the meeting. And once again, just for courtesy's sakes, turn off your ringers on your telephones, if you will. Okay, we're going to start here in a moment. Are we ready over there, ladies? And before we do get started, just so for the sake of quick movement and order, as soon as we do have on your agendas, and I hope you have an agenda there. I'm sorry. This meeting's recessed. 5 abstentions. Okay? If everyone will reconvene, we'll call the meeting of the Alaska Republican Party back into session. We're now back into session. You can turn your camera on if you want to.
Yeah, I already took care of that.
Thank you. We are now back in session. The meeting is in order. It's been called back into order for the Alaska Republican Party Central Committee. In order for the Central Committee to overturn the action of the Executive Committee, it would have required a 50% vote of the members of the Central Committee. Mr. Millett did not obtain a 50% vote, and the Central Committee has voted to uphold or not overturn the decision made by the Executive Committee, and that decision is now final. At this point, I would entertain a motion from Mr. Strait.
Mr. Chair, Steve Strait, District 19. I would move that we, I would move that we make a change in the agenda. The agenda, and I'll speak to that after I make the motion, it would be to take on your agendas items for approving the SCC minutes, the Treasurer's report, and the Chairman's report, and the RNC report, and the AFRW report, all be moved up the agenda to this point. So the effect would be during lunch, which we're about to break into, we could, if I could have a second. Thank you. So for the purposes of lunch, which is ready to be served, that we could conduct this kind of housekeeping business during our lunch, working lunch. And then I've spoken with Ms. Brown about this just moments ago, and she seemed to be fine with it. If she wants to speak to us, she certainly can. But thank you very much. It would be just, as soon as the lunch is over, we would.
The intent here is to not have any interruption in the appeal process for Ms. Brown.
I support the concept of lunch.
Okay. All those in favor of moving these items, Mr. Flaherty.
With the consent of the body, I would like to amend this, and the maker of the motion, maybe a friendly, but take the Treasurer's report and put it with the Treasurer's presentation, and just, I'll do both of mine at that time. Mr. Strait? It's a motion to amend, and there's a second. All those in favor of the amendment to move? All opposed? All those in favor of the motion as amended, please state aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Hearing none, so ordered. And we're now going to recess for lunch. They're bringing it in, and if you'll get back to your seats, we'll have a working lunch as soon as everyone's seated, and we'll go back in. So now we're in recess.
Somebody's got to start.
Blood pressure is going to hit him like it did me probably. I don't know if they can have it down to it. They should. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been I found it. Not bad, not bad. But
Last weekend we had snow and Anchorage.
Need a bigger hammer.
I was there.
Need a bigger hammer. No, I know.
Maybe.
You're probably down spending money.
Well, I'll use that or out in the hot tub or something. Or in the spa. Someplace far more intelligent than in here.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, I was scared. I thought I was going to lose. He wasn't looking good last night.
Very good, really.
They try not to criticize the driving when that's what you ask. We have a late check-in. Got better the last few days. It was crazy. The weekend was snowing on well, 76 North Pole. I'm surprised at the difference temperature between the bed and the red water. 10 to 15 degrees. So it's not right from the
She was a good candidate as anybody else. We came down one time, flew out of the little lake and went over to Big Deal River. Oh yeah, I was there. Over there. There's a lot of bears over there. Well, we're waiting for it. That's the only way you can stay. Well, they got soup. They've got like boulders kind of around the soup court. And then we can go there now. 2 quarts of milk, get soup first. They kind of like every time a bear see what they have here. Let's see. Lean over
I still want your look. Are you even going to get a bill? Where is that? Is there a bill?
Might move over a little.
Standing over here.
No way.
Some sort of roast beef sandwich, soup, there's a couple soups. Got rid of the old stuff last night and
I appreciate everything you say and do.
Thank you. Exactly. You gotta try to be some student to hold the class. You don't have to you have to go to the staff and you have to know if this person doesn't send the pay application like next service or in some cases
I used to work for a congressional delegation and I did a lot of congressional things. I know the candidates are very
no, how did that cost money?
right, so have to determine
I was just shocked that, you know, the thing that frustrates me the most, I have a lot of friends that are just get high. I think it's good they're doing it, so I think everyone else will have a part of the bill. We have so many students, we have so many degrees holders each year, and only a very small portion of them are technical fields like STEM. So we don't have enough people that actually do their jobs.
well, Ralph is doing a great job.
Fantastic job. I've already come.
You don't want to be on that? Very expensive. I don't really want to be on that either. So, is that the official recording?
The unofficial official. You know, it was my plan to have this as a pay-per-view event and sell it for $15 a person. We could have made money on this, and this is free as against my capitalistic bones.
I don't know how to turn it off. Now it knows how to.
Yeah, I wanted to sell paper.
He just sees all the problems.
And then what I've done is I said, okay,
You guys are so much like that makes me feel very too long already. I always say that about people that are very long and they start looking alike. Yeah,
that's okay with me.
Right about that time, this was one pilot about 50 years ago. I was married at that time, and my husband wasn't interested in wine, so I said, okay, I'll try to come out here and get him. And we sent him coffee that he wouldn't have been interested in. So did you want?
What are you doing,
Ralphie?
Then we back up.
conversation that I love. Everybody because 9 of them were called for some kind of cause. And I said that at one of the SCC meetings, and you're probably right. Like when I spoke in recess, I said, you know what? Like, you know, I Barry Goldwater. Some of you say that you like Barry Goldwater, espouse him. And some of you say the same thing about Ronald Reagan. I'm not going to change the fact that the principles of integrity, everything she changed my life beyond what you understand. I am a better person because of reading Dr. Paul's books and philosophical thinking. In fact, he came to town. They soundbited me on Channel 2 News. And they spoke to me about how
most people live here like
At some level, yes, I think we need it, but I also, I don't think it's enough. There's a core group of people who are simply going to hate anyone and anything. They're not the ones driving us. And that's just the way it's going to be.
The majority of people is
But you know what? He will simply pull off just the first time. That's David's style. He wants something that he thinks is good.
oh yeah,
That's his style.
it makes them really
Really think of it.
I mean, eventually you know that
Well, if you want to United, the goal is to do it. And yeah, he wants to be right.
yeah, I guess feel that like you want fail one of the I don't know how many here are trying to I am more and more
So the evil plan is working.
I've done that. I've done it these meetings before. I have a conversation. They drive chocolate around here.
Can't do it. Oh no. Start communicating what their intentions are, and trying to see greater it's not the federal government that these are the insurance companies that are out there in a private way, so maybe generating a website of their own and they sponsor them. And that's a way maybe to get the information out there. Feeding off.
You guys going back right after this? Or?
Yeah.
You're going to just one. Yeah, we're going right after this. Yeah, 1 a.m. A lot of people. That's good. That's good. That's a good question.
Be right back. I just need to get some more salad over there.
He said they brought these 400 prophets together. Oh, you go against it, they'll, you know. So they go, and the Muslim Pet said, isn't there another one that I can, you know? Well, there's this guy, but he never prophesied anything good about me. And so he said, well, let's see what he has to say. And he said, well, the Lord had a meeting and said, how can I lure Ahab into the battle? And the angel stepped forward and said, we'll close his flying spirits into the mouths of the prophets. Don't tell. You remember that story?
A little bit of trickery.
Yeah. I know some of those things are really hard to
Hey, Randy. I hurt my Achilles. I'm coming out of it now. Just one more week in this. Getting there.
We're going to start the meeting back up here shortly. The line's just about all the way through, so once that line's through, we'll get ready to go. So everybody that can, we're going to try to get as much done as we can so that you don't have to stay here until tomorrow morning sometime. And I appreciate, so far, I appreciate all your cooperation. Everybody has really done a great job in addressing the issues straight on. And as Chair Pro Tem, I do appreciate that. So as soon as that line gets a sandwich so they can sit down, we're going to get started with our meeting. And we'll start with the approval of the minutes. Okay. Then we'll go to the chairman's report. I don't know if Peter's online when he will get back or not. And then RNC member reports. Debbie, you ready? Not yet. Soon. This is an awful day to have to be indoors. You should be outside enjoying this wonderful weather.
I hold the meeting on the 18th.
I'm behind you.
No, they could, no.
You got a meal anyway.
Can I follow you?
Just keep them on the plate, keep them there. Oh, they didn't leave them there.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're ready to go? Okay. Trying to get everybody back on the phone so we can get started. While we get ready here, we're going to start with the approval of the minutes. Then we'll move to the chairman's report. Do we know if we have Peter, or is someone going to do that for him? Randy?
Give us all the road boards. I patted him on the back and said, you can make it.
Yes, absolutely.
But I forgot what.
Oh yeah, when we get there, yeah. So as soon as we get ready to reconvene, it'll be just a minute.
But it was.
Okay, we're in the process of getting back on the phone, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So the meeting will come to order, please. Got a microphone here, Randy, for you? Somewhere? You got the mic? Okay. I don't think it'll hurt while everybody's coming on the phone. We'll get started with the next agenda item, which is approval of the minutes. Mr. Riedrich.
I move that we, you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I move that we accept the February 9 Central Committee minutes with the following corrections, if there is a second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Riedrich.
On page 4, there are some items in parenthesis which are allegedly present to be helpful. I think they're misleading, and I suggest that everything in parenthesis on the treasurer's report, words such as fundraising for elections, victory fund, central committee meetings, and state convention be stricken, as well as expense largely due to refunds related to the RNC. While those are comments made, they're totally incomplete, and I believe the minutes would be better served by just deleting everything in parentheses.
Okay, the motion's been made to amend as Mr. Riedrich has presented, and it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, Randy, page 4.
I have no issue with that, by the way.
And the Assistant Secretary has no issue with that. All those in, yes. One more change, yes. Let's pass this first, and then this amendment. Is there all in favor of the amendment as proposed? Say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It's adopted. The amendment adopted. Go ahead.
Don Hayes, District 6 bonus vote. Just a housekeeping. My name on page 3 is followed by chairman. I'm actually the bonus vote.
Bonus vote. Okay, is there a second to that amendment? Second has been made. Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Now we're back to the main motion to pass the minutes as presented, as amended. Is there any objection to the motion to pass the minutes as amended? Hearing none, they're adopted. Thank you, Mr. Reeder. Do we have any other minutes to look at, Madam Secretary? Any other? Okay. The chairman's report. Do we have a report from Mr. Goldberg or someone doing that for him? I hear that cricket. Yes. We do have, in your packet, you'll see a chairman's report as presented, as written. Is there a motion to accept the chairman's report as submitted? The motion has been made and seconded. Brian and Debbie seconded to accept the president's report, or the chairman's report, as submitted. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Now look at the RNC member presentations. Ms. Joslin. Yeah, well, I'll let you go first. Ladies, you're much prettier, much smarter.
And I want to say Ralph's coming along nicely.
Thank you.
In fact, he's coming along so nicely. I was not able to make the meeting in Los Angeles, and Ralph stood in as proxy for me, and I appreciate that. We're going to be meeting next in Boston in August, and I know Ralph's got a more full report, but we did have a lot of good resolutions that were passed at the RNC. A few of them would be considered perhaps contentious out in the general public. I'm sure the mainstream media was not happy with some of those we passed, affirming family values and affirming our platform and the things that we all believe in. So we're going to meet again in August, and we'll be going over some more of the rules changes at that time, and I know Ralph will speak to that better.
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, one of the things that many of you may have been following was the amendments to Rule 16. I'll have to pass the report. Is there a motion to accept the report from Ms. Jocelyn? Brian has moved. Is there a second? Second, who is it? Oh, Mr. Mike Perrier. Mike T. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. One of the things that many of you had been following were the changes to Rule 16 that took place at the convention. I'm on the Rules Committee, and we had a long discussion regarding to some of, not just that rule, but other rules that were passed during the convention. As a Rules Committee, we took a look at those rules and decided to address them one at a time, which under, I think it's Rule 12 now, the Standing Rules Committee has the ability to go back in and change some of those. So we did. We took a look at Rule 16, and we put out a proposed amendment to Rule 16A2, which basically deleted the Rule 16A2 that was passed at the convention and replaced it with the following language so that you understand how this went. The Secretary of the Convention shall faithfully announce and record each delegate's vote in accordance with the delegate's obligation under these rules, state law, or state party rule. If any delegate bound by these rules, state party rule, or state law to vote for a presidential candidate at the National Convention demonstrates support under Rule 40 for any person other than the candidate to whom he or she is bound, such support shall not be recognized. Except as provided for by state law or state party rule, no presidential candidate shall have the power to remove a delegate. As you may recall, the rule that was passed during the convention allowed the presumptive candidate to remove someone who did not vote as they were committed and replace them with someone else. We removed that, but we did uphold the fact that a member who comes, who is, such as the state of Alaska, where we have a presidential preference poll, and if we had 8 that are for this guy, 8 for this guy, and so on down the road, that if you were a delegate there for one of those people, that you were required to vote for them through the first 2 ballots. And if not, if you did not do that, now your vote would not be counted. So the argument was that, well, you don't allow someone to vote their conscience. And our counter-argument was their conscience was that they were committed to a particular candidate by state law or by state rule, and they needed to vote that conscience for their commitment, not get there under the disguise of being a candidate for Mr. Romney and then vote for someone else. And so that was how that rule was changed. Other rules will be addressed one at a time or 2 at a time during future meetings of the committee. Also, we passed a number of resolutions, and I've got some copies of those if any of you want to see what those are. There's a resolution calling for cooperation with the conservative grassroots movement, a resolution to restore the state share of mineral royalties. Now, I missed on that. I did, where basically what the federal government is saying is that the state share that's coming off of royalties from minerals is sequestered. And so that was done in the, I think the federal government has been demanding back from the state money that was paid to them in royalties on timber sales. Said, no, that's sequestered, we want that money back. And basically the Republican National Committee has said that revenue payments should not be subject to sequester and should be returned if they've been forfeited. So the Republican National Party has said that's not something that should be done. resolution honoring Ron Paul, the former congressman and medical doctor, that was passed by the Resolutions Committee. And all of these resolutions that I'm giving you now were passed unanimously by the Republican National Committee. So there was a resolution supporting a strong space program, a resolution requesting accountability from the Department of Homeland Security. Why are you buying so many bullets, particularly hollow point bullets, and et cetera? And so we took a strong position on that. And a resolution celebrating the life and accomplishments and memory of Bora Van Dormelen, and voting on overseas members of the military concerning allowing more time for the allowance of voting of the overseas members of the military to be able to cast their votes effectively. We also took a position concerning Common Core education standards, where it was a position that basically resolved that the Republican Party platform specifically states the need to repeal the numerous federal regulations which interfere with state and local controls of public schools, renewing American values to build healthy families, great schools, and safe neighborhoods, and therefore the Republican National Committee rejects the core curricular standards plan, which creates and fits the country with a nationwide straitjacket on academic freedom and achievement. We took a unanimous position on that. We also took one on concerning China's ongoing practice of espionage. Took a strong position on that. We wanted President Obama to begin to match his words with actions and take actions necessary to cause China to cease those acts. And another one for the life and memory of Shirley Leslie. And then we took one in Resolution for Marriage and Children of 2013, where we affirmed our support for marriage as a union of one man and one woman, and the optimum environment in which to raise healthy children for the future of America, and resolved that the RNC implores the U.S. Supreme Court to uphold the sanctity of marriage in its rulings on California's Proposition 8 and Federal Defense of Marriage Act. Again, a unanimous decision on that. And so those were the resolutions that were passed out of the Resolution Committee and passed unanimously by the Republican National Committee. Yeah, the platform, that was the one on, yeah, and that is. So if you have any questions on those, I'll be glad to try to answer them for you. I normally do not sit on the Resolutions Committee. Normally Debbie does, and but I did fill in for her. Are there any questions from anyone? Yes.
On District 16, I was involved with a federal lawsuit, as you guys, some of you know, and the reason that I'm bringing up the question is because of the supremacy clause, where federal law specifically, I don't have it with me unfortunately, but I can read it to you very clearly verbatim. It's CFR 100, I know that much off the top of my head, where it clearly says that you cannot be bound in any way, shape, or form to any type of polling or anything like that. Part of the reason why federal law says that is that, as we know as an example, what happened in Iowa, that people were bussed in for a specific vote. And that right there is a disenfranchisement on those people that are actually voting their honesty and being there. When they're doing that and spending that kind of money to do that, that affects and lessens each and every vote of every person. And part of the reason that I was involved in that, and it relates to the fact that this wasn't just the Republican Party, it's not the Democrat Party, it's not the Congress Party, it is all parties. And that's why I participated and I did, because it is for the benefit of American people, and it is federal law. It's very clear.
The Republican National Committee basically rejected that opinion. This was a private organization that does not have to be bound by election law, and it was one that basically has said if you're committed to a delegate, you have to maintain your commitment. And so they didn't sign on to your interpretation of that, and they rejected it outright. Any other questions on the report? Ms. Brown?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that good report. I have a question regarding the Morton Blackwell discussion that took place in the Rules Committee. And you can explain your vote in committee and just help us why you voted the way you did. I think that the body would benefit from learning why you felt the way you did about the vote and how you voted on the Morton Blackwell proposal specifically. Thanks.
Mr. Blackwell is a good friend of mine. He's a very smart man. His proposal basically for all of you was to take the rules that had been passed from 2008 and standing rules up through 2012 and just eliminate everything else and only go back to that. We felt that they deserved more discussion on that, and one of the things that would have done would have been to nullify Rule 12, which allowed the standing committees to go back in and change those rules that were passed in the convention, and we wanted to be able to do those intelligently on a one-to-one basis because they don't take effect until the next convention. And we thought that it deserved more consideration on an individual rule change basis rather than a sweep of everything, and then including the one rule that allows us to be able to go back and reconsider. So I thought that was a pretty good way of taking a look at it in a better way, and in the end, that was how the majority of the Rules Committee felt.
Do you remember what the vote was?
No, don't remember. It was pretty substantial. Okay, any other questions? Is there a motion to accept? What? Yeah. I can accept it. I accept my own committee report. I'll accept all reports at this point. Any objection to that? Okay. Rhonda, you're next. Oh, no, point of order or point of housekeeping?
Housekeeping issue from the Sergeant of Arms here. To the chair and members of the SCC and visitors. We have something that's gone missing during the lunch hour, and I just want to bring it to your attention. If you could check your tables and look for this. It's material used by our secretary here.
Yeah, I had a spiral notebook. It's just got some notes from prior meetings in it, and my daughter's probably got drawings in it too. But I had it sitting up here, and I was making like notes besides what I've gotten here. And somebody might have taken it from scrap paper, or I might have left it sitting somewhere while we were discussing. If you see it, it should have a red cover. Just bring it back over. Thanks.
Okay, everybody be on the lookout for a red-covered spiral notebook.
Thank you.
Rhonda, come on up.
Moving right along. Alaska Federation of Republican Women, I was very pleased to accept the nomination and win the election for another 2 years at our convention in Fairbanks a few weeks ago. But that's not the highlight of the convention. The highlight of the convention was thank you, Pam, for agreeing to be our parliamentarian, and thank you, Ms. Christine, for taking the job as treasurer. That job with the AFRW as treasurer tends to be pretty full because we raise a lot of money. Okay, the convention had 102 total, representing 10 clubs. We have a new club in North Pole, and Becca is the president. Thank you, Becca, for coming today. Paulette did a tremendous amount of work. I think it hadn't been done for about 15 years on updating our bylaws. And we had, on a big auction, we had door prizes and photos with Lisa Murkowski, Congressman Young, and Governor Parnell. So total of all of that, we raised over $15,000 profit. So, we're not good? Yeah. Yeah, we work our business off. The highlight was about 2 days prior to the convention, the governor's office called and said, the governor's going to make an announcement at your convention. We had a reception planned for Friday night. So my life kind of changed, and the AFRW just rose to the occasion, and it was a large reception. Of course, you know, my life changed because we got a lot of press. I didn't realize we had so much press in the state of Alaska, a lot of interest to what our governor's doing. And of course, you all know he announced to run for governor again. And I can tell you, thank you, Ralph, for emceeing. I think you would agree with me that the room erupted. There is a lot of support by both the public in the interior and the AFRW from around the state that Sean is going to take another run at being our governor. So we had the Senate President with us, we had the Speaker of the House, and we had about 6, I think, in fact, I was scratching my head over there, I don't have the notes with me, 6 or 7 of the elected Republican women in the state House and Senate with us, which we're always proud of that. Now, we haven't had a little meeting yet, which we're going to do in June to establish some priorities for the next couple of years, but I can tell you without even having that meeting, our priorities are going to be to raise money, to elect a new Republican senator. We're going to bring Mark home.
And we also are going to elect a Republican governor. And I can have a personal opinion, and I hope it is not elect a Republican governor, but re-elect our Republican governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate your report. I accept it as presented. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us back in our agenda to the hearing on the appeal of Mrs. Brown. And let me get my notes so I don't stumble here. I want to make sure I do this right.
Point of order.
Point of order is recognized, sir.
I wasn't here. Treasurer's report, please, sir.
Treasurer's report has been brought back down the agenda to later on the agenda. Yeah, it will be done based on the request from the treasurer. Okay? So now we'll hear the final appeal for Mrs. Brown. And we'll allow Ms. Brown 5 minutes for an opening statement, or 3 minutes for an opening statement, I'm sorry. Then next we'll hear a 3-minute opening statement on behalf of the respondent. Ms. Brown, please, if you would like to.
In the red packets, raise your hand if you carry a proxy or you're a voting member there today, and then we provided a copy of this packet. That's essential to my presentation. I'd like to make sure one gets into the record incomplete. To the secretary.
And the hearing is open until such time as we go into deliberation or discussion, and then we will close the meeting.
So the packet, there may be some leftover packets which I would like to have distributed to interested individuals, but only after we make sure that all the voting and or anyone carrying a proxy has one.
I'd like to get one up here too, if I could, please. Okay, why don't you get up here and do you have one that I could get as chair? May not have enough. Maybe if you guys could share some, because it doesn't look like there are enough to cover. Oh, there's some more? Okay.
You're voting, you get one.
Absolutely.
I think there's one with Ralph's name on it somewhere. This document that I did not print enough to go around to all the voting members, but I'm going to enter into the record to the secretary with this in my hand is a 30-page compilation of Alaska Public Offices Commission summaries relating to 2012 and into 2013. And there's additional copies that I'll ask you.
Which may or may not be allowed as evidence if they were not presented at the original trial. Again, we are only allowing evidence that was presented at the original trial.
This is my hearing, and I can present my materials
You will.
without permission of anyone.
This is an appeal process, not a retrial. And so no new evidence will be presented or no witnesses. That's the ruling, and that's the way we will do it, Ms. Brown.
This is not going to work, Ralph, because there was no materials presented in the first place at the illegitimate April 8th meeting, and so this is the appeal information. There's no previous. This is the incomplete. You're all getting it at the same time, and I would say that would be highly irregular with regard to due process. If we're not going to allow me to present any written information, support for my appeal.
I just know the way that the chair is going to look at it, and I would implore you, this is an appeal. And on the appeal, no additional evidence is to be reviewed or no witnesses.
This is not additional. This is it.
Point of order.
Point of order, go ahead.
There was no defense at all for the SCC hearing. I was there,
I understand that no one was there, that Ms. Brown was not there, nor did she have anybody represent her there. That was her choice. And it was duly there. This information could have been presented. I'm just saying that in an appeal process, and I'm not the one making this as an appeal, this is an appeal, and as such, in an appeal, only those things which have been previously presented can be considered in looking at the decision of the executive committee. And it's not a retrial. I'm not trying to make up any rules here. This is just the appeal process the way it is. I'm not trying to be mean or nasty. I'm just saying that is the process, and we have to adhere to the process.
May I call upon, I need to call upon...
Just wait a minute, Mrs. Brown. Ms. Brown, wait a minute, please. I have someone else that wanted to be recognized.
Lisa Santerre, Chair, District 11. What makes this a little different from the earlier appeal today is that I believe one of the issues is going to be whether she was fairly given an opportunity to respond, and if so, was that material? And I know I can't judge whether that was material or not without seeing what the evidence, she says, this is what I would have presented if you hadn't scheduled it at a time you knew when I was going to be out of town. And so for that limited purpose at least, I think it needs to be considered.
I will say that the meeting was scheduled long before Ms. Brown said, well, I can't be there. And I'm not sure exactly what the reason was that you couldn't be there. Am I correct, Ms. Brown?
Point of order, I would just ask that...
Ms. Brown, please, wait until I recognize you, please. Please, let's just follow protocol. I'm not trying to be mean. Mrs. Brown, you have the chair. You have the floor at the moment. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel like I must interject here. It was announced by the chairman that my hearing was about to begin. The appeal, not the appeal, of a proceeding that took place by the executive committee. Hence, I have stepped to the microphone area, and I don't think it's, I think it's very important for the chairman at this point to wait until the appropriate time to start deliberating my appeal. And so please try to refrain from that, and let's just deal with the point of order issues, and maybe we can proceed, because I feel like my appeal will not take place, and we'll have to have a postponement and another meeting if I'm not allowed to proceed in the customary manner for which I prepared. And the lady that stepped up to the microphone to express is exactly the reason that I must submit my defense right now.
Let me read what I read at the beginning of the meeting. It's important to understand that the proceedings in the State Central Committee are in the nature of an appeal, not of a retrial. Witnesses may not be called, and neither new charges or new evidence may be presented. The one issue before the body is whether, after hearing argument on behalf of both the appellant and of the respondent, the charging party, the majority of those present at this meeting judged that the removal was wrongly decided by the State Executive Committee and ought to be overturned. I did state that. Now, in this body, I believe, if you want to, can overturn that by motion and vote. But that was the nature of the appeal, and that was the way that I presented it. I read it exactly that way into the record earlier. I'm just going by that, and it's up to you as a body whether you want to do that or not. But this is an appeal, not a retrial.
There will be no appeal.
Wait a minute, Ms. Brown, please. Please, Mrs. Brown. Becca.
My name is Becca Zerks. I'm Region 1 Finance Chair. And I would just like to make the comment that this seems to kind of be an MO for you, and that you come in and you want, special treatment, a special allowance. It's happened time and again. While I maybe don't see where it's really anything more than a ploy, I think that we should allow her material to be reviewed by us, and that way there can be no argument that we were not acting in all fairness. And so I'm speaking. Do you have a comment? Karen?
Wait a minute. Is that a motion?
You're being kind of rude.
Yeah.
So I say that we allow her information to be submitted with my comment in that, once again, this just seems to be a tack that she keeps trying to do.
Okay, I'm going to allow, I'm going to start to run the clock in a minute. But, this is you can overrule my ruling that this is an appeal, not a retrial. And that was the way it was set up. If you want to, you can overrule my ruling to that effect. Is there a motion?
I second the motion.
Did you make that as a motion? Motion has been made by Becca to allow this material, which has been distributed, to be considered in the appeal process. And is there a second to that? And that was done by Lance, was it? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to allow this material to be presented in the appeal process, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed, by nay. Nay. Pretty close. I will ask for a standing vote. All those in favor, please stand. Tellers, please count.
He doesn't. My apologies to the group.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And it's a proxy vote.
I have two. Harvey, what do you say? Who's speaking? Who's speaking? Who? Give me your name, please. What did you say, sir? We're voting, you want to vote to accept the new material? Harvey? Okay, so then, that's okay. You're two people who want to accept the new material, is that correct? Edna, I have two phone books that want to. Okay.
I have 46 plus 2.
What is your name? What is your name? Eleanor? So you want the material to be accepted? Okay, Donald, do you want to have?
I have my own, but she stands down.
We have nothing, we have zero, we have zero.
Okay.
One more time. One more time, please. One teller would like to recount her vote.
Now we have 3 members. I'm gonna sit down. So we have Lance and
All those not in favor, please stand. All those not in favor, voting no, please stand. It will take a majority of votes cast.
Thank you, Sam. We called everybody on the phone. Thank you, Eleanor.
Okay.
Wait, I'm not on the phone, please. Okay.
Well, no matter how many you got, it won't be enough. Chair would rule that the motion passes. You can consider what's in the red packet. With that, the clock will stop in start. Well, that material has not been distributed and has not been voted on, Ms. Brent.
I made it very clear to everyone that was part of the record.
The motion was for the red packet. Is there a motion for additional material? It isn't part of the packet now? Wait. Was this part of the packet? Okay, that's fine then.
Please share this information.
I don't care. It's fine with me.
Pass this around each table, keep it going around so people can understand the significance of it, and I will refer to it later.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start the clock, and just very quickly here. We'll now hear the first appeal of Debbie Brown. There's not enough for everybody, I'm sorry. So it's not going to happen. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Brown, I can talk loud enough. When Ms. Brown's talking, can she have the microphone in front of her?
She has to.
So some of us can hear?
Yes. It will be, as soon as I start this clock, we'll follow proper decorum. Okay? We'll now hear the final appeal of Ms. Brown. And you may begin now, Ms. Brown, with a 3-minute opening statement.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the awkwardness of the start. And my name is Deborah Holly Brown. I live on the Kenai Peninsula. I have since I arrived to Alaska in the early 1970s. So that's the tenure of my years in Alaska. And I have always been a resident of Alaska. And I have always been registered Republican, steady on. My introduction is simply to help you get a sense of who I am. Because at our state convention, it seems as though we're always running short on time. And it's not that easy to help one another, get to know one another when we have such a large state. So if you could refer to the left-hand side, the inside of your packet, to the left-hand side of your packet, please take this piece of paper in your hand and please take a look at what I've been doing for the last 39 years, mostly on the Kenai Peninsula, but I have been 15 years in public and administrative service. I have been a Kenai Peninsula Borough Assemblyman, elected. I have been elected Kenai Peninsula Borough School Board member. I served on the school board for quite a few years, 6 going on 7 years. And I have also served as a borough planning commissioner under one of our former senators, former Senator Don Gilman, who has passed on, and we miss him greatly on the Kenai Peninsula and probably statewide. I have a degree in education. I accomplished my degree after my children and my family were really causing a lot of time-consuming things going on with activities, but I finished my education degree in 1991, and I have used that degree and very usefully all these years since then. I'm a small business owner, and I've kept a business license on record in the state of Alaska for many, many years, and I am a property owner and a taxpayer, and I know the significance of our budgets at every level and how they affect us in that regard. I have experience working as an administrator with the American Red Cross. The reason I point this out as unique and very helpful to the Alaska Republican Party is because when you organize a lot of volunteers across the Kenai Peninsula, which is the size of the state of West Virginia, essentially, roughly, approximately the size of the state of West Virginia, and I organized emergency response volunteer teams and trained them and prepared them for what they needed in case of emergency in 18 different communities, and many of them were remote. This is no small undertaking. With the American Red Cross, each volunteer, when they're actually called into service, gets paid. Unlike the Republican Party of Alaska, where we put in years and years of volunteer service, many, many, many years, and nobody ever gets paid. And some of us are doing a heck of a lot more work than some other folks. Additionally, the Red Cross keeps a file on every volunteer so that we record their capabilities and their skill sets, and they're treated as employees. And so I understand about confidentiality issues and about how you handle volunteers as though they are very, very important individuals, regardless of what organization you're talking about. I've also experienced within the area of economic development and natural resource development, and I make mention of my involvement as past president, etc. So
thank you, Ms. Brandt. Time's up.
I didn't realize that I was that close. So please refer to the second document on the left, and that is my introduction as to my experience and what I've been doing.
Next, we'll hear a 3-minute opening statement on behalf of the respondent. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Schulte, you have this chair. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Subcommittee, My name is Bruce Schulte, District 21 Chair, Region 5 Rep. I've been a member of the Executive Committee and the Central Committee for about 3 years. And I think you all know that my name is on the complaint brought against Debbie. In bringing that complaint, I think I was giving voice to the concerns of others on the Executive Committee and other people involved in the party. And the nature of the complaint really had nothing to do with Debbie's commitment to our goals or her longevity with the party, but specifically her ability and aptitude for raising funds. Oddly enough, what you don't know, there's a lot that went on that the Central Committee was not privy to. The discussions that I had with Debbie that led me to file the complaint. I'll point this out. I was actually very supportive of Debbie initially, and I told her so. I told her I wanted her to succeed. I needed her to succeed because I needed the ARP to succeed. I was very clear on that, and I was very sincere in expressing that sentiment to Debbie. Unfortunately, over the month that followed that conversation, Debbie demonstrated to me most glaringly that she was completely incapable of meeting that expectation. And I prepared a timeline of those discussions and events I'll share with you a little later. That's all I have to say in opening.
Thank you, Mr. Schulte. Next, the appellant has up to 15 minutes to make a full presentation of her appeal. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Because of the way my thinking goes, I have to digress just for a moment and ask that you please refer to the second document, which is on the left-hand side of your packet, and it's entitled, with my name at top, Successful Fundraising Experience. And if you please take a moment to scan through that, because I tell you a little bit about my involvement in the party. And I made an error in the paragraph which lists all the various, it's the third paragraph down. But I help you understand in my opening paragraph that what my educational background was and why I'm interested in service and public service and government and elections and so forth. In the second paragraph, I help you understand my involvement due to Hazel Heath from Homer, who encouraged me to get involved with the Republican Party at a very young age, and I did, and have continued ever since. It's important to note my history in the party. I have served, the omission in that paragraph, the third one, is that I was a district chairman. At the time that I got involved, we had precinct committee man and committee woman, and then they were changed to precinct leaders in generality, and I concur with Tuckerman with how he presented about the misconception of how we're operating at the district level now with regard to our precincts. We have to clarify this. It cannot be both ways. But I have served at every level, from precinct level. I understand it all at every level. I understand the needs at the district level. And so, I did not serve as secretary, but I omitted the fact that I was a district chairman in the early 90s, only for a couple of terms. And when you read on, you'll be given the bullet points of the various community level and statewide level involvements that I've had in fundraising. Just as a point of interest, when you serve on the Arctic Winter Games host committee, it's the committee job to raise millions of dollars, which we did. I was a member of that committee. I was on the executive committee. And this happens in our state every 10 years. Every 10 years, Alaska has opportunity to have Arctic Winter Games. So the last games in Alaska was 2006. We'll be doing that again. Those of us that have been in the leadership in the past in Arctic Winter Games, administrative and volunteer committee work and raising funds, we're generally called upon to do it again because why? We did a hell of a job in 2006. We had the best games ever that this state has ever seen on the Kenai Peninsula, and we're very proud of that. There's other things that go right down to the level where you work for booster clubs and building church gymnasiums, and you work as a team. You have people who are making quilts, like the quilt that's on the back table. I encourage all of you to bid on that so we might use that as a fundraiser. And just so that I can get it on the record, I would like to encourage each and every one of you to contribute to the Alaska Republican Party today. And I know you have already if you're here paying $50, and that is a contribution for lunch and being here, and we appreciate that as a party. It does help accomplish our goals and objectives. I hope that our goals and objectives are mutual, and that's what we're trying to sort out here today. So please, I have a lengthy record of willingness to reach out to people, to fundraise. I do have the aptitude. I do have all of the skill sets that it takes to do it, and most of you do in the room. It's just a matter of proper motivation and not being blocked, not being prevented. Okay, that's important. And so I'm asking you today, in case there's any question, the purpose of this appeal is to implore you to ask for your support to dismiss this complaint that is unfounded in my strong opinion. It is harassing. There's a pattern of this going on. It has to be stopped if we're to see this party succeed for decades to come, for my kids and grandkids and all of ours. And I just feel like at this moment I need to move into the second phase of my who I am is important to this, so that you get a sense of my capabilities and my skill sets. But what I need to tell you right now is really from the heart. I have participated in this party for all these decades. And the opportunity that I have today to hold this microphone and talk to you is the longest period of time that I have ever been granted the opportunity to speak to this body, my friends and fellow Republicans. At a state convention, when I might be wanting to stand up to the microphone and talk about natural resource development or education, in which I have a degree, and that I was on the school board for many years, or what's going on in our own Kenai Peninsula Borough as it relates to fisheries, and on, there's no time to speak. This is a shame. I think it's the reason we need my style of leadership. It's different. I'm a woman. Other people are men. Some people are, when they learn visually. We have different skill sets that we bring to the table. Yes, I'm different, but we need each other. We need each other. We have to be a unified force. And what I would bring to the table is more attention at the district level, more support. Just like our national committee man made in his report today, they passed a resolution at the national level unanimously that we emphasize the grassroots. I have a passion and a commitment to the grassroots. It's been a part of my life for a long, long time. Now I want to get more directly to the complaint itself. What's important for you all to know is that if you take a look at the document that's going around, that there were inadequate resources to print a copy for all of you. This is a 30-page approximately item. It's records from APOC. What it shows you is a history of that Randy Rudrick's name is listed appropriately as chair in 2012, and there are certain members listed as deputy treasurers. It is required by state law. You may not receive, that's the operative word in the law. You may not receive funds if you're a group, if you're not on the list as a deputy treasurer. Former Chairman Randy Rudrick knows this. He's a smart guy. His name is listed as chairman and as deputy treasurer. If you follow the pattern through these reports, you will note there are certain amendments made, and if you read the list and compare to the previous report, each report is about 4 pages, 4 or 5 pages. what you will note in the most recent report at the very end of this is that Peter Goldberg's name, the day after, on the 9th day of April, his name was added. Interestingly, the APOC account was amended promptly. His name was added as chairman, and look at the list of deputy treasurers there. Okay, if you look in the middle of the document, you'll note that, oh, Debbie Brown's name, even though she'd been chairman since February 1, was not added. I had to ask multiple times to try to urge get this done so that I might proceed to receive funds for the party. Now, if you connect the dots here in the line of reasoning, it might have been very risky for me to breach a law, a state law, in receiving funds for the party if I'm not on the State of Alaska, Alaska Public Offices Commission roster for our party, which is a group, a legitimate group, as a deputy treasurer. I was told by individuals that were misled by someone that if you just have Debbie Brown's name on there as chair, that's good enough. No, I did my homework. I called Tom Lucas with APOC, and the verification of that is found in your packet. How many minutes left? 5 minutes left. If you refer to your packet that has the paper clip on it, and just quickly to the very back, the very, very back. That is an email that I received from Mr. Tom Lucas at APOC. Top sentence, Ms. Brown, this is to confirm our conversation this morning wherein I told you that pursuant to Alaska Statute 15.13.076, parentheses 2, section 2, quote, a contribution to a group may be received only by the group's campaign treasurer or a deputy treasurer. I was not added to that roster as a deputy treasurer until the very day that the executive committee on April 8 at an illegitimately called emergency meeting, and by less than 20 people. I believe the number was 17 participants, some including online vote proxies. The very day that they gave me the boot, the same individuals put me on the APOC as a deputy treasurer. Essentially what we've got going on here, folks, is if you've got any idea in your head that you can serve in this party for decades and be cut short, and then you run as a volunteer, no pay, and you're told, oh, Miss Brown, it's going to be very expensive to go to national. I'm not sure you can afford that. Can you, honey? And I said, I think so, yes. I believe I'm going to commit to that. That's important. It's a part of my job, yes. And so I reserved my travel arrangements to go to Republican National Committee, which was in April. And I go on my own dime. And I'm a good Republican. And I have served faithfully in this party. Endless hours of volunteer time, sign waving, booth making, fundraising, everything. Everything that you can ever imagine that ever had to be done, I have been doing it. And you can get to the point where you volunteer to run for something, have a legitimate election at the state level, which happened in 2012. You go through the process of the district organization and legitimate elections at that level, and you get to the state convention, and you're enjoying everyone and getting going, you know, out there, and you're credentialed. You have a legitimate election, and I volunteered to run because Steve Colligan said that he wasn't going to run. I thought, well, you know, I could probably serve really well at that spot. I'm going to help out like I always do. We had a legitimate election. No one challenges the fact that was a legitimate election. And what we've got now is an executive committee that imagines that they can take power, that they can take that election away from the duly elected delegates. Face the facts, folks. But we have a lot of things that we could be doing. We could be working. We should disallow this. This complaint should be dismissed. It's harassing. It's unfounded.
If you take a look at what all these exhibits are, and they are in the record now, please take time to read this stuff. I wish you had what you should do when we're at recess or whatever we're going to call this next time. If you want to make the most well-educated decision on whether to dismiss this complaint, go into a corner sometime and review this material. Because, folks, you are the board of directors. You are the accountable body. The central committee is the authoritative body of this organization. And the direction of this party, appropriately, is in your hands, except for the election of our top leaders at the convention. And that authority, by our own rules, rests in the hands and the voices and the votes of we the people who show up and vote. And if you don't be contemptuous, I beg you, for the sake of our party, do not be contemptuous of the convention process. I beg you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Your time's up.
Dismiss this complaint. Thank you very much.
Mr. Schulte. Mr. Schulte is recognized for 15 minutes.
Okay, let me give you a little bit of background here. First of all, let me just say this. Everybody here, I think, knows that the executive committee, pretty much the same executive committee that heard this complaint that we're talking about today, heard another complaint against Debbie previously, sometime in January. They didn't uphold that complaint. They said, no, that's not. We're not going to go there. We're not going to attempt to remove Debbie from office. And I mention that for two reasons. First of all, I think that speaks to the mindset of that body, and it also speaks to some of the exhibits that are included in this packet, because they really actually refer to that earlier action. It appears to be an attempt to tie the two together, and as far as I'm concerned, there really is no relationship. If you'll indulge me a little bit here, I want to go through the chronology of events that brought me to this point, because as I said, this was not my mindset going in when Debbie took office. And I apologize, I don't have any printouts, but I threw up on the screen there a copy of the notes that I'm working from. So I'll try and go through this, then I don't know, maybe perhaps later there'll be some questions. February 9th, Central Committee meeting in Juneau. I think a lot of you were there, in which Debbie, that was the first meeting that Debbie chaired as the party chairman. And it was a little rough, but to be honest, it's a lot of pressure, and it's a stressful situation. And I think we all know the outcome of that meeting. And coming out of that, I frankly was supportive of Debbie. I thought, okay, well, she's not an expert at this, none of us are. But I was supportive of her position. I tried to catch her at the airport to relay that sentiment, but I didn't have a chance. In the weeks that followed, though, there was some concern about her ability to run this party. So much so that Matt Pinnell, the chair of chairs, was invited to come up and meet with Debbie and some other folks in leadership. I was invited to attend just during the early morning sessions. I didn't attend the later ones, but I can share with you this. Fundraising was a big part of that conversation. Now, Matt Pinnell was the chair of the Oklahoma Republican Party, I think. Let me correct me if I'm off on that. Sharp guy, knows what he's about. And he said flat out, the other 49 chairs fundraise. That's what they do. That's what they do half of the time. Debbie's response was, I don't fundraise. I don't do that. Okay, that's a pretty glaring statement right there. Right? I mean, right there, excuse me, speaking. Right there, I was sitting there going, wow, really? Did you really just say that? But you did, and apparently
Excuse me, Ms. Brown, please refrain from commenting. You'll have your time.
I'm told that sentiment was repeated several times through the day. Now, I cannot speak for Matt Pinnell, but I can tell you he left here unimpressed. They nationally, the RNC recognized that we had a problem, and it was our problem to deal with, and the problem was Debbie. I should add, I sound pretty pointed here. I wasn't 2 months ago. I am now, and I hopefully it'll become apparent to you why. A couple days after that meeting, March 4th, I requested a meeting with Debbie. Liz Vasquez was in attendance. That's sort of incidental. But I told Debbie at that time, I said, look, I'm behind you. I support what you're doing, but you got an uphill battle here. I mean, you've really got to step up to the plate, and you need to put some folks in place that will help you, not folks from one particular camp, because obviously we have a challenge there. I suggested that, she may want to look broader, put together some coalitions that can help her out, and specifically with fundraising, because it was really clear that she didn't quite get that component of it. A week later, March 11th, SCC meeting, we're going through the budget, and it was really apparent to me that we didn't have a lot of money. In fact, 3 times I pointed out, specifically, sitting within arm's length of Debbie, hey, we're not going to be able to pay our bills in May. Debbie, what do you have to say about that? What's your solution to that? Not only did she not have a solution to that, she didn't even seem to recognize that we had a problem there. That was disconcerting. That's what changed my mind right there when I realized, wow, you don't always have to have the solution, but you got to at least recognize there's a problem. And in my opinion, she didn't even recognize that. Now what happened after that meeting is very telling. I wasn't the only one in the room that caught that. And afterwards, there was others on the executive committee that agreed that, yeah, this is a problem. I mean, this really is. That's where I decided to file a complaint. Now, let me see. Okay, I just want to get the chronology correct. Debbie was informed the next day of a pending complaint, and that the possibility exists. And that the SEC might actually uphold the complaint. That expectation was there because everybody in the room recognized, as I did, that we had a serious problem. At that point, I believe Peter did suggest to Debbie, maybe you're not cut out for this. Maybe you ought to step down, go back to being vice chair. We'll put somebody in place that can actually run or we'll find somebody who can run the show and can fundraise effectively. And there's no shame on you. There'll be no pain for the party, no public outcry, none of the mudslinging that we eventually experienced. So I bring that up because the whole impetus for the hearing was completely mischaracterized. Debbie has suggested that the outcome of the SCC meeting was predetermined. It was not. It was quite likely, and it became even more likely in the following weeks as Debbie proceeded to train wreck the ARP. Let's see, March 14th, I filed a complaint. It did not suggest a specific sanction. This is important, because I'm going to come back to this. Debbie has asserted that I was demanding that she be removed and that her removal was a foregone conclusion. Neither of those is true. In fact, privately, I even said to some of the other SEC members, you know what? Why don't we do this? Here's, let me just throw this out there. What if we ask Debbie to come up with a fundraising target? We'll base it on 2, 4, and 6 year past histories and cut it in half, because nobody's going to step in cold and do what Randy has done in the last 11 years, right? I mean, that's ridiculous. So I proposed, what if we ask her for a target and a date and let her hit it? Let her succeed or fail. That was my mindset on March 14th, or actually shortly thereafter. I changed my mind on that fairly quickly. And my thinking in even proposing that was, worst case scenario, she raises no money and we close the party office for a period of time. That's awkward, no doubt. But privately, I was willing to see that happen if it meant that we wouldn't have to go through this. Okay. And by the way, at this time, the donors that a lot of us were talking to basically said, no way, not with that person in office. I don't even want to. I've given you money in the past. I got no money for you right now because I don't know where you're going and I have no faith in your leadership. Okay, shortly thereafter, this is where it really started to come off the rails. So rather than mount a concerted campaign to raise some money, Debbie and some of her supporters instead went on public radio and started trash talking the ARP, members of the SCC, disseminating all sorts of wild half-truths or flat-out lies about mischaracterizing the complaint, the nature of the complaint, the process of the complaint, the people who were involved. I didn't do that because I'm not going to go on radio and slam other Republicans publicly. Now, for those of you who aren't in the Anchorage radio market, you probably didn't get this, but it was pretty bad. And every time somebody went on the radio for a 15-minute segment and slammed the ARP, our donors were going the other direction. So that was not helping. March 19th, I walked into the party office. I knew Debbie was there. My goal was to have a little private chat with her, kind of explain where I was coming from. Keep in mind, over coffee, I told her I was totally supportive of her as chair. Just a month later, I filed a complaint against her. I felt that warranted some explanation. That's the civil thing to do. What I walked into was a bizarre situation. I found her browbeating Christie. over some pretty ridiculous stuff. Now, to be fair, I came in halfway through that meeting, so I don't know what transpired at the beginning of it. After Christie had gone, I asked Debbie what that was all about, and the upshot was, well, I needed her to call me either Madam Chairman or Mrs. Brown, and that Debbie wasn't going to cut it. I thought that was pretty remarkably petty, considering the tenor of the conversation I walked into. And I told her, I said, you know, if I had ever yelled at an employee the way you did at Christie, I would expect them to quit pretty much on the spot. And this is a one-paid employee we have that does all the reporting for a lot of our districts, and she was being treated with a tremendous degree of disrespect. And that's now, it was a tense moment. I'll grant that. Once things had calmed down a bit, I told Debbie, I said, look, I'm the one that brought the complaint against you, and let me explain to you why, which I did. And then I told her, Debbie, here's the deal. I brought the complaint against you, but let me offer you this out. Come up with a target, come up with a dollar amount, and come up with a schedule, a very conservative one, and I will be the first one to propose that we give you the time to hit that. Now keep in mind, I'm the one that brought this complaint, and I was totally giving her an out that any leader would have taken. She didn't. She totally stiff-armed me. She extended her arm and said, we're done, and walked away. Okay, I don't know what kind of leadership that is, but I was stunned at that response. That was not at all what I was expecting. And I was expecting some blowback if I went to the rest of the executive committee with that proposal. But I would have argued vigorously for it because I did not want to have to go through this process. We already had too much pain prior. It was too public, too painful. I got nothing from Debbie. Okay, now some of you know that I was involved with the municipal elections in Anchorage. The Central Committee had approved a budget for that back in February, contingent on being able to raise that money. The election was April 3rd or 4th, I forget the exact date, first Tuesday in April. March 27th, Debbie issues a spending freeze. I can't tell you how chilling an effect that had on our donors. It pretty much shut us down. I had to tell assembly candidates, sorry man, we got no support for you. I can't spend any money on it. We're done. Now, I'm not going to lay our losses in that election at Debbie's feet. There's a lot of dynamics at play, but that did not help. Okay, so following, let me back up just a second to the March 12th SCC meeting, because there's been some assertion that the April 8th meeting was inappropriate or it was scheduled when Debbie was going to be out of town. That's not true. Debbie suggested the date. That was her date. She came up with that for the SCC meeting. Okay, so any assertion that meeting was scheduled while she was, when we knew she was going to be out of town is completely ridiculous. Okay, thanks. I'm almost done here. So that's just patently false. April 3rd, Debbie fires all the regional reps. Okay, first of all, she can't do that. Her assertion was that the regional reps had not been elected. Well, you know what? We were. I had documented evidence that the chairs in my region had said, yeah, we want you to represent us on the executive committee. And I'm fairly certain that the other regional reps did too. This is just a patent, this is just a bold-faced attempt on her part to eviscerate the executive committee to try and change that dialogue, rather than raising money, which is all she had to do after all. I mean, if she'd come to that meeting and said, hey, I just raised $20,000, it would have been a done deal. We wouldn't be here talking about this today. She didn't do that. Instead, she wanted to eviscerate the executive committee and some of the central committee members, by the way. She and some of her friends were trying to get me booted out as a district chair, just to change the makeup of this body. I'm not okay with that. Okay, the April 8th meeting came. Debbie wasn't there. The acting chair at the time, Peter Goldberg, asked, I think 3 times, is there anybody here to speak on Debbie's behalf? Nobody spoke up. Debbie had ample notice, she had ample opportunity. She just decided to not be there. And I just want to bring up one other slide here to show you. I'm almost done. It'll be like 1 more minute. I told you that the worst case scenario that I imagined when I proposed some sort of a plan for Debbie was that the office would be closed. There you go. That's Debbie's leadership. ARP office closed, phones shut down, the computers, phones, credit card machines were removed from the building. We were dead in the water. That was the worst case scenario as far as I'm concerned, and that was deliberate on her part. That's not leadership. That is train wrecking the party. Okay, a couple more things here. So, okay, her assertion that the hearing was illegal, I reject that. It was not. The people who participated were rightfully elected by the folks in their regions. We went to great lengths to make sure that it was consistent with Robert's Rules of Order. She was notified. She never even picked up the registered letter that I personally mailed to her. The outcome was not predetermined. The date was selected by Debbie. She chose not to be in town that day. Peter flew out. I drove Peter to the airport after that meeting. He flew out that night and made it to the RNC meeting. I don't see why Debbie couldn't have done something similar. Plenty of SCC members had requested the meeting. Everybody was properly seated. It was a short time span that Debbie was in office. I'll grant that. But it doesn't take that long to be positive, to get out there with a positive message and get some people to donate some money. I believe the total amount that she brought in during that period was about $300. That pays utilities for like a month. That's not what we need. Not when Begich and the Democrats are going to throw millions at us next year. All right, I think that's all I've got to say. I appreciate your consideration. I would encourage you to uphold this action on the part of the executive committee. I think it's right and appropriate and the right thing for the party.
Thank you, Mr. Schulte. Now, the appellant may have up to 5 minutes for rebuttal. Ms. Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is this working? Yes. Okay, the light's not there, but it's working. Good. What I heard just now is not what I experienced. It sounds very much to me like a misunderstanding or a misrepresentation of the truth. So you all, have the difficult task of determining what the truth is. Over this last year, after experiencing what I do believe to be a pattern of very, very bad behavior on the part of certain members of the executive committee, which per our rules may hear a complaint apparently without a review, bring a complaint, receive a complaint, whichever one that they determine they are going to hear, and then set aside others subjectively. So then they'll rule on one, and the central committee then is the body that hears the appeal. So you're going through all of this today because of the behavior of our executive committee. I believe that what you heard just now, it's my humble opinion that there were many mischaracterizations of and misrepresentations of the truth. It's my foundational belief. I was there for many of these experiences that Mr. Schulte is describing, conversations that I've never experienced. So that's the quickest way that I can tell you about what I've just heard now. It's shocking. And I have, since 2012, I have been essentially punished. This is what you call punishment. Why would anyone want to be willing to serve as a new chairman if the opportunity to continue this punishment goes on? Think about this. If you're what are we going to do about this? If you were to vote to dismiss the complaint, which I'm asking you to do, if we don't deal with some of these other issues, you're just putting me in a position where I'm going to have the opportunity to continue to spend my time, not on fundraising, but on battling complaints. Because you can't go out and break state law. If you have a body, an outgoing chairman who refuses to give direction, or if you have a treasurer, which we currently have, who apparently doesn't understand what needs to be done and refuses or writes an email to Christy over here saying, no, Debbie Brown should not be placed on APOC as an administrator so that she can function as we do. But that's what happened. This is all intentional. This is absolutely clearly intentional so that delegates may not elect a new set of leaders and then have opportunity for them to freely serve. It is clearly like what we've got going on in our party, and I'm quite ashamed of it. But we have certain individuals in the party, spattered here and there all over the state, that want to see our party used as a social club. They decide who's legitimately in or who won't. And if they don't prefer your style of going, or if you're a woman and you're not a man, you know, but that's what the National Committee is wanting us to do. They're wanting us all across this nation to support and include women and minorities and others of all walks of life. And what we have going on in Alaska, I'm ashamed to say, is not supportive of the grassroots movement that I believe that we should be moving in across this nation and in Alaska. We need to be inclusive and support one another with equality and justice. And when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we need to think about those words that we're saying and actually pledge and do and follow through with what we pledge. So I would ask you to read this packet that I presented to you. There are bits and pieces of it in there, even Exhibit E. They're very important exhibits. Ken Jacobus advised them not to do these things, and I did let them know I'd be out of town at the RNC on April 8th. I was gone for the whole month of April, and I let them know that. It's in the exhibit.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
It's in the exhibit.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very, very much.
Finally, we'll have the respondent may rebut for up to 5 minutes. Mr. Schulte. Mr. Schulte, you have the floor.
Okay. I think the battery's going. Okay, I guess in her wrap-up, Debbie is attempted to suggest that this action is somehow an attempt to disenfranchise certain people, maybe women in the party, maybe minorities. I'm not really sure how to respond to that. That's ridiculous. My concern is simply competent leadership. I got a pretty flexible expectation of anybody who takes on that job. You guys know I ran for that job, knowing full well what it entails, and it's a brutal undertaking. Nobody can be perfect at that, but I do expect at least a minimal, or I would ask for some minimal degree of competence, and it starts with fundraising. I mean, we're going to need so much money to get Mark Begich out of office next year, and to re-elect a bunch of state House and Senate representatives as well, or to help them anyway. Debbie's not going to do that. She said flat out, I don't raise funds. Well, you know what? That person has to, whoever it is. At the very least, they have to do that. That person has to make the phone call to certain donors. High dollar donors are not going to just give us money because they like us. They need to be asked. They need to be asked by somebody credible and motivated and willing to do it. Debbie stated flat out she wasn't willing to do that. Now she's made other claims. I know various people have threatened us with sort of implicit legal action if we uphold this. We're a private group. We do get to decide who the leader is. This is not an overturning of what happened at the convention. You notice I'm not trying to be chair or vice chair. That's not the point here. We need the party to be successful. To do that, we need to bring in money. She's not going to do that. So, like I said, I would encourage you to uphold what the SCC decided. It was a tough decision. I'll be honest with you. When we went into that meeting, I'm just about to. I know I personally resented having to be there, because if Debbie had simply stepped up to the plate and raised some amount of money, I wouldn't have had to do that. We wouldn't be having this conversation now. Don't want to do that again. We got to move forward with somebody who actually has the capacity and the willingness to raise some funds and to give us some true leadership. So I encourage you to uphold what the SCC decided. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. That concludes the presentations now by the parties, and the appellant is excused. from the State Central Committee deliberations. Do we have a motion? Point of clarification, yes. We don't, let me, just let me ask that second. Can't really do that according to the published protocol, but I think that would have been great if we could have done that. Is there a motion, Steve? Just one. Okay. Okay, there's a motion to change the protocol to allow for 3 questions, 3 yes or no questions from Central Committee member of Ms. Brown. And there's a second. Who was the second? Who was the second? Karen Perry. Okay. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by nay? Nay. I would believe the nays have it, because it would take a 2/3 motion to be able to overturn. So therefore, I don't believe there were 2/3. I can call for a division of the House, but I don't think it would be necessary. Mr. Strader.
Chairman, I would that we move into executive session to deal with personnel matters related to
Motion has been made and seconded that we adjourn to an executive session to consider personnel matters. Is there all in favor, please, by saying aye? Aye. All opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. We will now adjourn or recess the committee meeting, and we'll convene an executive session. Yeah. All members of the media, all cameras, recording devices turned off, cameras out of the room. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene in executive session in 1 minute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes. 2 minutes.
Voted on it at the December meeting. We still weren't voting on it, and I think a lot of us were operating under the assumption that since it had been 10 years since we had been on the Kenai Peninsula, that hopefully we would be on the Kenai in 2014. And I know that I spoke with Kay Torianen afterwards and said that we would certainly help if that could happen. And about a month after that, I called Kay, and she said she couldn't get any support to do a convention on the Kenai, and I started being a little concerned about that. You have to have a convention every 2 years. So I called our district chairs in our district together, and we did some immediate checking to find out that we could pull off and do a nice small 300-person convention in Juneau in 2014. And so what you have in front of you is our little proposal to do that. I understand that the convention happened in Juneau in 2010. It, however, had been 20 years since we had done one prior to that, in 1990. So even though it seems a little odd to be going back again to Juneau, it's very difficult, any of you who try to do conventions, to reserve convention space, put together a budget and pull it off. But we have the team in place to do it. So as you go through, I have a very detailed convention schedule and budget. But probably the most important thing in this packet as you look through it is going to be the last page, where I have the report from the 2010 convention, where you will see that we had estimated the total cost, convention cost, per person to be $160. This time I increased that 10% to do the estimate to $175. However, if you look at what our actual costs were
In 2010, they were $105.68 per person. We have a really good convention team in place, and we can bring a convention in under budget to make a little bit of money for the party, something we'll need in 2014. So that is our proposal for 2014. Karen? Legislative session is supposed to end April 20th. As we all know, those things can extend. So right now it's supposed to end April 20th. I know Kathy's shaking her head.
We're adjourning on time. If they don't, Senator Puckett will make sure.
Just stop the clock.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
There's a presentation. Is there any counter proposal? Is there a motion? Okay, Mr. Tarian.
I just want to make a comment. The reason that we couldn't do it on the peninsula is the conflict with the facility. So time-wise, we would have liked to have done it, but time-wise it wouldn't happen.
You need a lot of lead time. You need a lot of lead time. Lance?
Okay, is there a motion? Steve has a question.
District 19, I would move that we accept this proposal from the Capital City Republicans.
We're just going to finish this.
And that's the motion. If I could have a second.
Second.
Thank you. There's a second.
I'm sorry, if you do have a proposal, we're willing to listen to it now. Yeah. Let's do that before we have a motion, Steve.
The motion has been made. Second.
Motion's been made.
If you want to, what do we do here?
Withdraw it.
Has been made and seconded.
Discuss it.
Right. Do you want to pull his motion aside, or do you want to go ahead and hear it first? Okay. Yes, Ms. We're going to close it here. Let me do this. Let me, at this point, let me recess just before we consider the motion. I'm sorry. I'm going to do that if you can't. Well, I can't. I've got to consider the motion, or it has to be withdrawn first so that we can do other consideration. It's not an open meeting yet, so don't let other people in until we have finished this. Yes, we're in recess. We are in recess. So what I did open it up for that. But go ahead. Yes. Yep.
I moved to table until after we hear the council.
Motion to table. Is there objection to the motion to table? Hearing no objection, the motion is tabled until after we go back out of session. Thank you. Recessed from the regular session, and we now reconvene the executive session. The report? Yes.
Just a point of inquiry. Does that mean that she is now the immediate past chairman?
I will make a motion here in a moment. I'll make a Okay, the meeting has been called back in order. The report from the executive session is that by a substantial margin, Debbie Holly Brown's appeal has been denied, and she is no longer, the suspension is over, and she has not reseated as the chairman of the Republican Party. Now, regarding the question whether or not she would be seated as the immediate past chairman, I'm going to refer that for a discussion and determination to the Rules Committee, because I can't tell you how that would be. So the answer is yes. At this point, I would say, but we would go back, and I'm going to refer that to the Rules Committee. But probably that's the way it is. But I'd like to have that checked by the Rules Committee. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none. Well, are Are you objecting to my ruling? Okay, is there a motion to overturn the ruling to refer the matter to the Rules Committee? Yes. It would be, that would be how she reads the rules. And I would suspect that, but I think it should be looked at by the Rules Committee. I can't, but that's just my opinion. I'm willing to let that. And that's an opinion we both have. I don't know. I'd like to have that considered by the Rules Committee. Now, there's an objection to that assignment and a second? Is that correct? Did you second the motion?
I thought I made the motion.
Or you made the motion? Okay. All right, Lance? And, okay. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion which would overrule my assigning it to the Rules Committee, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. I would say the nays have it. I will call, if anyone wants a good visit of the House, I'll be willing to accommodate it. Lance. And Karen seconded. So it's been assigned to the Rules Committee. All right. There's been a motion which we've accepted, and we have a tabled motion regarding the accepting a proposal by Juneau. It's been brought to my attention that District 8 also wanted to make a presentation. In fairness, I think that would be a good thing to allow that. And please proceed.
Well, we would like to have you rally in the Valley for 2014. It's been a long time since 2000 when we had the convention there, and I think that it's a good idea just to have it throughout the state. And we were just in Juneau in 2010. I was unaware that Juneau was going to present a bid, but you know that's fine. And we have already talked to, we can either have it in the fairgrounds or we can have it in Wasilla. The motel rooms for a bed and breakfast start at about $95 a night. And for $20 more, you can add up to 4 more people. So for those that are on tight budgets, less than $200 a night for 6 people. So you would have, and the motel rooms range then to the Best Western that's on Lake Lucille, close to Sarah's house, if you're interested in that. Cost $185 a night. So, and we've checked with the facilities, both of them are available, and we would like to invite you to come to the Valley in 2014.
Thank you very much. Yes, Captain.
Clarification is, what were the dates for that convention? If you have a detailed budget,
we did not prepare a detailed budget. We were abiding by the fact that the motion was not to be more than 250. We are looking at someplace between $150 to $200. We would like, for our preliminary information is that we would like to make a number of the meals optional, so that if people wanted to have a big breakfast, they could do that, or they would not have to have. And so that was one of our points, but we didn't do a presentation like what that is, Karen. Mm-hmm. And the dates we asked for, because I think the proposal that came out in the emails we saw from, I don't know if it was from Randy or somebody, Peter maybe, or maybe even originally from Debbie, was for the 2 weekends in April. And we had the same feeling. If we wanted to wait until the legislature was back, we would want at the very end of April or the 1st of May, and we have both facilities are available at that time. And checking with the visitor center at Matsu, there is nothing major planned in the Valley during that time. So, any further? Does that answer your question?
Any other questions? Is there a Fred, did you have a question, debate on this question? Or to amend? There's no motion on the floor yet. Someone will have to move to bring back the previous, take from the table the motion. So I'll need a motion to take from the table. The motion's made. Is there a second? Second. The motion to table the Juneau proposal is before you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? I have to bring it back first. Now, the motion now is back on the table, and you can propose an amendment.
Lance Roberts, District 5. So I move to amend this motion to have the 2014 state convention in the Wasilla-Mat-Su area, and to plan ahead and have the 2016 convention in Fairbanks. And if I could second to that.
Is there a second to the motion? Now you can speak to it.
So
please identify yourself, though.
Lance Roberts, District 5. So I think it was a big mistake us taking this long to start planning our next convention. We're less than a year. We really need to plan these more ahead of time, and it might be better if we start planning on a 4-year cycle instead of a 2-year cycle, so everyone knows ahead of time what's going on, and you can get a lot more preparation done, get the facilities booked way ahead of time. So I would propose that we can do that. I think it's Wasilla. I like to go into Juneau in 2010 for that convention, but I think it's, Wasilla has had a longer time frame there and would be a good place. Also being on the road system, I think we'll have a better attendance. And I think Fairbanks is natural for the 2016 convention, because Bay and Anchorage are the ones who can really handle the big facility, big functions, and we just had the last one in Anchorage. So I would be supporting that motion.
Okay, just go ahead, Randy. Speak to it.
Randy Reed, representing District 17. District 18. The question is complicated as it's now presented, so I move to separate the question for the state convention in 14 to be separated from the question of the convention for state 2016.
Repeat the motion.
The motion is to split the question. So
the motion is to split the question.
So that we have a simple question. Do we go to some place? The motion is at this time, but then the amendment is to go to Palmer, Wasilla for 14, and then the separate question is do we go to Fairbanks for 2016? And has Fairbanks made their presentations yet?
No. Okay, is there a second to the motion? Katkin is a second. It's a non-debatable motion. So once the motion is made and seconded, it's non-debatable. And to split the question. Point of information?
Is this an amendment or is this a new motion?
This is to split the amendment, which is non-debatable. All in favor of splitting the question in the amendment that will be considered afterwards, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay? Hearing none, only one nay. The question is split.
That was an important nay.
Now, as such, we will consider the motion, the split motion on Wasilla first. Is to approve the 2014 convention for Wasilla. This is the amendment, and so then that would then have to go back as to the original motion. All in favor of substituting Wasilla for Juneau for 2014, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. I believe the nays have it. Now, the second part. We can ask for a division of the House. All in favor of Wasilla, please stand. All sit down, and all in favor of the original motion, which would retain Juno, please stand. That's correct. This would not amend. Yes, this would be against the amendment, which would then retain Juno as the, I think I can call the nays have it. The nays have it. Now we'll go back to the original motion. The original motion is for the 2014 convention to be held in Juneau on the dates that have been proposed. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Nay. Wait.
You still have a partial amendment out there.
Yeah, we'll go back to that. We split it, right? Okay. That splits it. That Gus has the original motion on Juneau being there. Now the other one is the motion. The split motion is for the 2016 convention to be held in Fairbanks. Point of order, Mr. Reardon. Okay, the motion is on the floor. Is there any other debate? Trust us, right? Is there any other debate? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? By nay. The motion now is for the 2016 convention to be held in Fairbanks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Okay? Now the main motion. So now, actually the main motion is 2014 in Juneau, 2016 in Fairbanks. That's the combined main motion. All those, is there any debate? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those not in favor, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. That's settled. Okay, the next agenda item. Yeah. The next agenda item, we're going to move into appointments. Appointments are the next agenda. Let's call back to order. Everybody pay attention. We want to get you out of here as fast as we can. Appointments. What do we have in the way of appointments that we have to take a look at? Mr. Strait.
Steve Strait, District 19. I would make a motion that we move to accept the chair's appointments to Finance, Rules, and Communications Committees.
There's a motion to accept the chairman's appointments to Finance, Rules, and Communications Committees. There's a second from Mr. McQuarrie. Debate. Would anybody like to know what they are? They're in the packet. Is there debate? Seeing no debate, who confront? Did you have debate? Yeah. These are motions to approve the pending appointments that have been proposed by Chairman Peter Goldberg. Moves to split the motion. Is there a second to split the motion? So how are you going to split it? You have to tell me that specifically.
Rules committee positions separate than the rest of the positions. That would be the
Motion has been made to split the Rules Committee as a separate item of consideration. So you've got the Rules Committee as a separate item, and the Finance and Communications as a different item. That's the motion that has been made and seconded. Who seconded it? Second, Daniel Palmer. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of, it's undebatable. All those in favor of splitting the motion so that rules are considered separately from Finance and Communications, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. The nays have it. We're back to the original motion. Is there debate on the original motion? Hearing no debate, those in favor of approving the slate of candidates or appointments, the pending appointments by Chairman Peter Goldberg, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by nay? The ayes have it. We now move into an election for vice chair of the party. Are there any nominees? Yes.
I nominate Daniel Palmer.
Daniel Palmer has been nominated. Okay. Are there other nominees? Debbie.
I nominate David Eichler.
David Eichler has been nominated. A second by Ms. Triana. Are there any other nominees? Yes.
Nominate Joe Rick.
Nominate Joe. Okay. And there's a second? Second was made by whom? Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't need a second. Have 3 nominees. Are there any more? Someone? Okay. Motion has been made. Motion has been made to cease nominations. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of ceasing nominations, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by nay. Nominations have been closed. We're going to do them by what? By paper. Please pass out paper ballots. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask the candidates to come up and address each of you. Our first nominee was David. Come on up. And Daniel. Yeah. Go ahead. Where's his microphone? Daniel, we're going to give you the microphone right up here. Please take a couple minutes. Give each person 2 minutes to address the body. So please pay attention. Mr. Palmer.
My name is Daniel Palmer. I've been in the Republican Party for, well, since I got out of the military. I got out, well, served in the military for about 4 years. Served honorably over in Iraq. Came back, unfortunately injured, left me somewhat disabled. And I took an oath when I went with the military to defend the country and foreign domestic and all that stuff, and defend the rights of the people and all that. And I stick to that. And part of the reason why I joined up with the Republican Party is to ensure that our government and our people hold to that tradition of ensuring that we protect everybody's rights and liberties and all that stuff. And also to hold our people accountable at the same time. And if I was, put in the chairman, the thing is I want to make sure that we start following the rules, because it seems like for a while there, especially recently, we had an issue where we started having problems where there were lapses in judgment, rules were broken, some rules weren't even enforced and stuff like that. And we need to start getting back down to the basics. And, revisiting and looking at the rules really seriously. I think there was someone that stated several months ago that for the first time that the rules were being followed at one point. And the thing is I would like to at least get that emphasis going. And we need to sit there and start holding ourselves accountable and the people that we elect accountable, especially within the party, because accountability starts here. and then it starts moving forward. Because we have problems with our politicians that are going in. And if we can hold ourselves accountable, we can start holding them accountable. So, that's all I got to say.
Okay, once the ballots are out, do not leave the room, please. Okay, who's next? David? David Eichmann. Go ahead, David.
Well, thank you. Oh, spelling of my name, E-I-C-H-L-E-R. Just like it sounds. Yes. Biker, been what's that? District 1, North Pole. Been a dentist in North Pole for 20 years now. I've been part of this party central committee off and on since 1996. I don't think that I'm part of any faction that I know of. I'm not going to discuss any of my political philosophy because, in my opinion, a leader should reflect the philosophy of the body he's leading. For example, when I was appointed by our governors to serve on the Board of Dental Examiners, we're all licensed dentists, we're all good dentists, and once that body decides something, that's the position I supported as president, and it's the same thing with as serving for 13 years in the leadership of the Alaska Dental Society. When the Dental Society decided something, whether or not I was on the prevailing or the opposing side as a leader, that's what I did. Because whatever they decide, either side is good. So that's my intention, is to serve the Central Committee as a leader, and I look forward to a few years of service with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Okay. Joe, you have the floor, sir.
Joe Riggs, District 23. First of all, I want to thank you, those of you who encouraged me to run for vice chair. It's this comment. I appreciate it. However, I do not want to split the vote, and I'm going to withdraw the race and support David.
Joe is withdrawn. We now have two candidates. Time to vote. Please raise your ballot when you finish voting so the tellers can pick them up. Yes. Yeah. Get as much on there as you can so that you don't have any confusion. Yeah, there's a Daniel Palmer and a David Eichler. I can recognize the difference. Yeah. No hanging chads. Yeah. Take a 2-minute recess while the tellers count the ballots. 2-minute recess, yeah. They can leave the room. Yeah,
Thank Go out in the morning and get great, come back and do Yeah, it looks like the wind come up a little bit.
What did you think?
That's called the road to Allen.
He's a millionaire, so he's a multi-millionaire. He can do all the communications. Oh wait, you said you
I don't know, but it was an old movie.
I've been volunteering for much of the last 15 years. I've lost stuff like this. I'm hanging by this man. Feel that?
It's nice. I can't wait just to get the heck out of here.
I know this guy.
Oh yeah. Notorious. Just look at my when they were listening to names, I asked the guys at the table. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's good to have a psychiatric evaluation. Anybody want to do it? Are you want to be the fourth target this year?
Well, a good friend of mine kind of gave me some great advice. No success in life will make up for failure.
Yeah, on my business. For all the email the youngest was 32 this year.
Oh no, it's 5. He's got my wife wants
Okay, let's get seated. Let's get seated.
Nope, I'm going to come knock on your door.
Okay. Steve. Okay, let's get ready to reconvene. They should be back in just a second. Okay, are you all ready? We're ready to get started here, and I'm going to go ahead and reconvene until we get the ballot back. We'll announce it. So I'm going to reconvene. Call back to order. Next item on our agenda, and I just borrowed yours, Brian, is the treasurer's presentation. Steve?
To the chair, Steve Strait, District 19, I would move that we lay on the table the treasurer's presentation.
Motion to lay on the table the treasurer's.
It'll be brought back up a little bit.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor, not debatable, all in favor of laying the treasurer's presentation on the table, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by nay? Nay. Hearing none, hearing only one, it is laid on the table. District 12 reorganization is the next agenda item. And do we have someone to make the presentation on that?
Which was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
District 12 reorganization. It's my understanding that the District 12 has been called by the chairman as unorganized, and he's appointed Nancy Dahlstrom as the interim chair and instructed her to go through the process of reorganizing and putting District 12 back together. That's a report of sorts, but that is my understanding. But yes, we need to have you come up with the microphone, please. Oh, Peter's on the phone.
And he said he need Nancy or what?
If Peter would put the microphone over there for Peter first. Yeah, so we can get this in proper order. Hang on.
Thank you. Under our rules, the temporary chair that I appointed must work with the SCC to reorganize District 12. So all that is really needed at this point in the agenda is for either Nancy to request a motion or for someone else to make a motion requesting that the SCC give Nancy Dahlstrom the authority to call a special district convention at which election will be held. And whoever gets elected, that's fine with me. I have no dog in the fight.
Mr. Goldberg, you can make that motion if you want to, since you're on the phone.
All right, then I will make that motion. I move that Nancy Dahlstrom be given authority from the SCC to call a special district convention for District 12.
Is there a second? Have a second? Is there discussion? Okay. Discussion. Lance, come on up and get ready.
Rick, with that District 24, just curious if there's a time frame for that.
There wasn't one in the motion. I would hope it would be done immediately. Lance?
Roberts, District 5. I think as was pointed out earlier, the rules state clearly that the secretary of the district is supposed to organize things when the chair and vice chair are not there. So I think this motion is improper and out of order according to our rules.
David?
David Eastman, District 12. I can say I've spoken extensively with district officers in that district. That they are not inclined to do such new district committee, that they consider the hard work and effort and money that they've raised and collected and are responsible for theirs, and they will be very opposed to the central committee trying to reorganize their district. There's no provisions in our rules for them to do so. The district committee is the only entity that's authorized to call for a special district convention. And if they choose to do that, then certainly I would have no opposition. But I can tell you that they are not inclined to do that at this time.
Next, go ahead.
Daniel Ham, District 8, bonus vote. We just discussed earlier today about the fact that the rules are nebulous about what constitutes a quorum with precinct leaders and whatnot. And by this new interpretation, almost every district in the state, all 40, can be ruled disorganized if the chair disagrees with who the district chairman is. So this is a very chilling effect on everybody here. You know, this what kind of a party are we? Like I said before, you know, the districts elect a chair and officers, and somebody in a state at the state committee level, with the chair or somebody in the SCC or SCC decides, you know, we don't like this person, we're just going to disorganize them because under these rules we can disorganize everybody. So is this really a path you guys want to go down? Is this a path you want to follow? You know, we've already proven, you know, with this previous you know, elections we just had, that we're smarter than the delegates at the state convention. Now are we smarter than the voters in each individual district?
Is that, you have to wait, you have to be last, Lance, until everyone else has spoken. Okay, Peter next, then Randy. Okay, hang on. We'll let you get on it.
All right. In our rules, this year, under Article 4, Section 8, under Article 4, Section 8C, the temporary district chairman and the SCC shall work together to organize the district. As I recall earlier in the meeting, you already recognized that David Eastman was not at this time because of an improperly held election, the district chair for District 12. I just want Nancy to organize the district. If David Eastman happens to move up the chairman, so be it. I don't care who it is. So the argument that I'm trying to put someone in place doesn't hold any water. I specifically picked Nancy because she doesn't want the job. I don't care who gets the job. I just want it to be done right.
Thank you. Lance?
Just a point of information that if you're going to pass this, since you're breaking a rule, that means you're creating an interim rule, it takes a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Reed?
I find it extremely troubling that we have a number of people who believe that their opinion is the rule rather than what the chairman was stating as the rule. The folks talk about grassroots operations as being important in every district. Yet my understanding of the district meeting that was held, and the reason that I tend to believe the chairman is absolutely correct in his decision, is very simple. There were Republicans from the district present who wanted to participate. They were not allowed to. Now, not allowing people to participate is pretty serious. I can think of many ways to say this. I think I will use none of those terms because I don't believe I can think of one that has a proper decorum. It's low life, it's inappropriate. I believe the only way for this organization to have any standing with its voters is to have a new convention and to be rebuilt. We've always rebuilt we built district organizations in full when we've had a House or Senate appointment. We've built organizations in full for various and sundry causes. I do not know why this district should be special and be allowed to function as a 6-member oligarchy.
Ms. Debbie, go ahead.
I mentioned this earlier when we had this discussion, and somebody called me on the carpet for not naming names. And I don't know how many of you got this email. I got an email from a man who is in that district, who is a precinct leader, and he is telling us here in this email, and I don't know this guy, but it sounds credible from what I know of the other folks involved. He said he was not notified of the meeting. He was kept out of the meeting. He was a precinct leader, an officer in the district, and he was not notified of the meeting. For me, that and that alone is reason enough to say that the whole thing is just not valid.
Next.
Just to that point, which I wasn't going to
Identify yourself for the
Carol
record.
Lanzon, District 16H. I didn't know that we even had precinct leaders, but you're going to bear with me a minute. I have to clarify because I have to go all the way back to the convention, the district convention, because after the district convention, before the state convention, I made an issue. It's documented in email. If you saw my testimony, my 40 pages of testimony in the lawsuit, it's also documented in there. It's very clear. In that, I said, we have not finished the convention duties. We elected 4 officers at our convention. I called for an election of the bonus vote directly in the email. It was titled that. I also called for the election of the rest of the district committee officers because we didn't do it. Okay, my first time here. Okay, I don't know the rules so well, but when I learned them, I'm like, after the fact, we need to do that. I understood also that our bonus vote was not active on this body, but it did not mean that our bonus vote was not part of our district committee. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Okay, I actually made it a point with my district secretary about that, about the rules, and about appointing to the rules. And I looked at them, and I think I know it's letter E. It was in the email. Again, the email is in the testimony. It's been submitted. That said bonus vote is there. And it didn't matter at that point. And now I find myself much later than the chairman of the district, okay? And I'll tell you, I did not have a district meeting after becoming chairman because I wanted to make it to at least one of these meetings. That's the truth. I wanted to do this. I've been get-go. I am a go-getter, and I'm not angry at you. Okay, understand that. I've been working. I'm going to continue to work. Like it or not, I'm a Republican. Okay, I might not like some of these people. You might not think that, but guess what? I like the Democrats a hell of a lot less. That's the truth. I'm here to help.
Okay.
It's me, dude. Okay, I'm sorry.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
But anyways, to that point, we never did any of that. So now I'm going to leave this thing, and I'm going to have a district committee meeting. And we have Pam is my district secretary, Jason Agri is my district assistant secretary, and I'm the chairman. We have nobody else. We have 16 or 17 delegates and alternates that are, there's 10 people that I know at least that would be active, that have been active in the emails and stuff that led to me becoming chairman. Okay? But, so now I go and do this. Am I unorganized? Have I not been working hard enough for the Republican Party? Did I not knock out or hang enough door things? So I get, like, all of a sudden, I know I'm not, I haven't been around and I'm wearing a Ron Paul shirt and I must be a cult member or something, But with all that, it's like, what happens now? I go on, I do this, am I going to be picked aside and someone appointed because this district doesn't have a quorum? As far as my understanding, like we have...
Are you asking for someone to make that determination?
Well, if you want to... I'm telling you, because it seems to me that it's related to what's going on in District 12.
Let's address the issue on District 12. Okay. Daniel?
Daniel Palmer, District 10. It seems to me there's a huge issue on properly electing David Eastman here on becoming vice chairman and moving up or whatever. Well, it seems to me that the rules state, yes, the secretary has to sit there and go ahead and schedule a meeting since there is an issue on that part. And I do acknowledge that it looks like we do have an issue because technically there wasn't a quorum in that area. And we do have an allegation also at the same time from that district that there's an issue. But we also have a way in the rules that a person can file charges within their district. And if there doesn't get if that doesn't get resolved there, then maybe they can bring it up to us and we can start looking at it. But from the sounds of it, this person's not going through the proper motions in the first place. He's just crying. You know what? If he has that much of an issue, I'll go ahead and I'm going to contact him. I'll send him an email and say, hey, let me know if you find out when the next meeting is going to be in your district. I'll show up. I'll document it. Help reinforce the rules if possible, give my input, even though I'm an outsider. But I'm going to try to be a neutral outsider and try to say, hey, this is what we got going on. And it looks like, to me, we got the rules set up already, where there's supposed to be some. I don't see what's wrong with keeping David Eastman in there and just say, hey, you know what? There's an issue with your district. You can be the interim or whatever, or so-and-so can be the interim. We just need you guys to go through a convention and just redo the vote. And that could easily be done technically within their own thing to say, just change, hey, we're having a district convention instead of an SCC or SEC meeting for their district.
Let me try to take a little. The motion here is brought because the chairman has declared the district unorganized, and the motion is made to approve the requirement under Article 4, Section 8 of the rules, which says that the state chairman shall appoint a temporary district chairman, and the temporary district chairman and the SCC shall work together to organize a district. And the motion is made for the SCC to work with the temporary chairman to help organize the district. It's not germane to consider whether or not, at this point, the motion has nothing to do with whether or not it was properly declared unorganized, but is meant to provide the method for the SCC to work with the temporary chair to organize the district. That's how I understand the motion, so if we can look at it and debate at that point. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself for the record. We need to introduce. The motion is for the SCC to work with the temporary district chairman to organize the district. That is the motion before us that has been seconded.
Okay.
Now, so the vote will be for us either to work with them or not to work with them, not to decide whether or not the district has been properly disorganized. That's already been made. Yes, point of clarification.
It's actually to have the temporary chairman that was appointed by the chair to convene a convention of District 12 so that they can become organized.
With the approval of the SCC. And it has to have your approval in order for that temporary chair to do that. That's what we're considering here. Okay?
First of all, I would urge you not to approve this motion because it's incorrect. We have an active district. We sent a full slate of delegates to the state convention, and we had a district chair up until he left the district right around the end of December, January. And then he was kind of slow about letting us know about it, but when he did, we moved our vice chair up. Everything was done according to the rules. And so if you approve of this, you're saying that you approve of circumventing the rules, and that is wrong. We followed the district rules. We had our quorum. In fact, we have evidence that a certain representative of ours in Juneau who claims to represent our district is in fact going around trying to destroy our district. And we have evidence of that where he threw everything he could at the parliamentarian until the parliamentarian could find something to stick. Is this how we want to run our district meetings? And this is wrong. If you look on your table, everyone should have something from District 12. If you would be kind enough to read it and get the facts instead of just listening to a bunch of hearsay, the facts are in there. And the applicable rule is Article X, or 10, removal from Republican Party office, hearing of charges, no person, that means no person, may be removed from elected Republican Party office without first being given an opportunity for a fair hearing of the charges against him or her and a reasonable opportunity to reply to such charges. So Peter Goldberg has no authority at all to come into a district and declare it unorganized when we have elected officials. It is wrong.
Next.
Mike Norian, District 28. Seems like we're perhaps getting a little bit paternalistic toward the SCC toward the district. Article, I think 4, Section 7, vacancies in district office. If both the district chairman and vice chairman offices are vacated, it shall be the duty of the district secretary to immediately call to convene the district committee, not a convention, but the district committee, to fill the vacancies. And there's been some discussion and disagreement over what constitutes the committee, whether it's every potential member or every elected member. And I think that some time ago that it was the intent that we don't count everyone who could possibly be a precinct leader, fill those slots, but all the ones that have been filled, so that, for example, in Region 6, we have a district that has 40 precincts. We have 40 precinct leaders that would be required to fill at least 20 of those, or 21 of them, to get a quorum of the precinct leaders plus the chair and other district officers. So I think we should just back off and let the district go ahead and have their district meeting and go ahead and elect their officers. Thank you.
Next. Yes, real quick, yeah.
Dick Hawkins, Chair, District 30. I move to end debate.
I second it.
Move to end debate will require a 2/3 vote. It's non-debatable. So if you want to end debate at this point, please stand. Tellers, please count standing members. All those sit down, and those who do not want to end debate, please stand. The motion to end debate fails. Who's next? Okay. Come back to order, please. Everybody come back to order, please. Who's next?
I'm Jeff Landfield. I'm the proxy for Jason Pretzel in District 22.
Buddy, hang on. We're back in order, please.
I'm Jeff Landfield. I'm the proxy for Jason Pretzel in District 22. And I just, not taking sides, I just want to make a statement that during the district convention for 22, Christine was there. If anything was a disorganized district, we probably had no positions. It was very disorganized, and we dealt with it. And I'm not entirely convinced how we dealt with it was in the rules. And I'm sure this has happened before if you go to district meetings. I've been to several of them. And we handled it, we took care of it, and I'm pretty sure if somebody would have complained, or maybe did complain, it would have been handled in a similar way, but it wasn't because we handled it. So it just seems to me, and I'm not taking sides either way, it seems to me that in this case they're targeting a certain district, and in our case, when Christine was there, it was totally disorganized, but we handled it as a district. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Mr. Riedrich.
I come back to correct a statement I made. I said the district functioned as a 6-person oligarchy. The quorum consisted only of 4 people, and all of the other folks who were there were not allowed to participate.
We're not allowed to vote.
Well, not allowed to participate as voters. Right. And that is egregious and wrong. And that's why, ma'am, you had an executive committee meeting of the district. You didn't allow any precinct people to vote.
It's out of order. That's it. Yeah, out of order. Come on. Okay, Frank McQuarrie.
This is a situation that applies at this point only to District 12. The thing that happened to District 12 that didn't happen in any other district was that both the chair, the elected chair at the time of the election, at the time of the original district conventions, there were no precincts because of redistricting. The rule that we operated under was that those districts would form with district officers. And that was legal. And up until the time that the precincts were defined, a quorum consisted of a majority of those officers who were elected at the original district convention. As soon as the precincts were defined, it behooved the officers to organize the precincts. And the wording in the rules is vague. It says hold rallies, whatever. But the fact is, this was an unprecedented situation because of redistricting. District 12 lost both the chair and the vice chair. And they tried to replace them after the fact that the precincts were available. The precinct should have been formed. There had to be to have a quorum at that point. You had to have a minimum number of people based on the authorized positions. So if there were 10 precincts positions authorized and 8 others, you would have had to have a majority of the 18. That did not happen. There was a break in the transition. Now the fact of the matter is that all of the other districts are in that don't have their precincts positions filled are will be in the same position if they lose their officers. For the time being, those officers, Darrell Lanson may or may not have all of his precinct leaders appointed, but he is still the chair because he was the vice chair. The chair resigned, and he became the chair. But it behooves him now, if he wants to take any legal actions, he has to fill those positions so he can get to a quorum. He can conduct the activities in his district to try to fill those positions. If he decides to leave, or there's no way for them to elect anybody else legally and replace them until they have a convention or get those precinct positions filled.
Thank you.
The fact that there was coercion apparently in the meeting, that there were people there that wanted to participate and were not allowed to, is the other piece of information that needs to be considered.
Thank you. Basically, the rules, I would refer you back to the rules. Article 2, Section 3, it says that if you're going to have a district convention, you have to have a majority of the authorized voting committee members. If that rule is incorrect, then the Rules Committee needs to get together, revise that rule, and bring it to this body for approval. Who's next?
Thank you. Sorry I keep speaking. Dave McGraw, District 9. You know, this is so bizarre to me. We are so unctuously concerned about the letter of the law, the details of the rules. Of course, it's because it's David Eastman's district. And David Eastman is not a good friend of some of the folks in here that are so wrapped up in the core part of this party. I think now they can see the way this should go. We should crush David Eastman with any kind of violation of rule that we can get, because you know he's not liked by us. He's not going to vote the way we want to in the central committee meetings, and this week we have controls in the committee meetings. Is that the thinking here that we really have going on? Because plenty of other districts don't do things perfectly, and they deal with it at a district level. In this case, it will be dealt with at a district level. If we want to reprimand David, we can say, David, we reprimand you, do this another way, or something like that. But what happened in this case was this new chair, who just came out of nowhere, this new chair shows up to David's district only. He doesn't care about the other districts. Shows up to David's district because he sees David as an enemy, as a political enemy. And so he goes in there and bang, David's out of there because it's edict. It's just a
Personal comments at this point should not be authorized. We're looking at the
But here's the
rule
thing, if
only.
that's what's going on.
And
That's
we're
what's
not going
really
to
happening.
allow that. We're not going to allow that, please.
Yeah, everybody.
I shouldn't let anybody do it. Quite frankly, the only way the rule can be changed is under Article 1, Section 2, at the convention, if the Rules Committee wants to take a look at the rule. Now, frankly, and I'll let Mr. Eastman speak next. Go ahead, Mr. Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of things been said, and regardless of how anyone votes today, I'd just like to know what's actually going on at this meeting. I moved back to the district. District chairman moved out. I moved in right about the same time. I was asked by all the officers of the district if I would be willing to come join the district. I said yes. Now, at the district meeting, where every member of our district committee, including our legislators, were present and engaged and supporting nominations and candidates and so forth, it became clear that someone was going to win and someone was going to lose that election. It happens in election. Every election is that. And at that moment, it became very imperative that we get some more votes for our side. In fact, we have somebody who's not a precinct leader, who is not known by the chair. The chair has never heard of this person, doesn't know whether they'd be a good precinct leader or a bad precinct leader, but by golly, we need to make them a precinct leader right now. I wasn't the chair, I hadn't been elected, I wasn't a part of the district committee. That district chairman made a decision that we were going to delay appointing precinct leaders for one meeting, so that people could actually make themselves known to the chair, could figure out what it is that a precinct leader does. We're in this situation because our district actually cares about our precinct leaders and wants them to do a good job and to be equipped and to know what it is that a precinct leader does before we appoint somebody we don't know. Because in District 15 last year, they appointed a whole bunch of precinct leaders that weren't up to the task, and 18 months later, they had 0 meetings out of 18 months because they couldn't fill a quorum, because they filled all their wonderful precinct leader positions with people who didn't come back to their meetings. We wanted to avoid that. That's why we're here today. Understand, though, this is more than just who controls a particular office position. All of our officers are, more or less, seeing things the same way. We want to do a good job for our district. We want people to be involved. There's nobody we're going to turn away who wants to be a precinct leader. If the 2 people competing for the job, okay, but somebody wants to be a precinct leader. All of us are of the opinion, great, take the best person, as long as they're, know what the job is and they're willing to come to meetings. And so we laid out what our expectations were. So that's how we get here. I'll let you know, having spoken with all the officers of the district committee, you know what? They're kind of proud of their bank account and all the work they've done, and they're not going to give it away to somebody who was not part of the district convention and has not been elected and been part of that committee that started from that convention. The effect of this vote is to reverse the District 12 district convention of last year and appoint new leadership, because frankly, we don't like the leadership that that district convention elected.
We're gonna. Peter, go ahead. And then we're gonna close the debate on this.
I would like to say a couple things about that, what Mr. Eastman said. First, at the district convention, there's a lot of talk about respecting the will of the district convention. The district convention voted unanimously not to open a bank account, but to have the party take care of the finances. Shortly after Mr. Eastman became chair in name only, he opened a bank account and filed that paperwork with APOC after he was informed by Mr. Goldberg that he was not the chair. He filed the paperwork saying that he was the chair of District 12 Republicans, a recognized subordinate unit of the Alaska Republican Party, after he was told by the chairman of the Alaska Republican Party he was not the recognized chair. this is probably a violation of state law in addition to our rules. The people that put themselves forward as precinct leaders, Mr. Eastman would not know because he was not a member of the district at the time, but at the time of district convention, they were delegates to district convention, so they should have been known by the vice chair of the party or the district committee, who was then moved up to chair. She should have known who they were because they voted for her in the district convention. So they weren't these unknown people. It was Mr. Eastman, who had just registered in the district 6 days before this, that was the unknown person. So I just want to clarify a couple of things.
Yes. Have you been already heard once? Yeah, if it's, make it quick.
It has to be my district. We had a district convention, we had a delegate meeting, we had no meeting after that. In fact, the reason that I'm the chairman is related to that, and it is pertinent to this. It is the same kind of thing. We didn't do anything. We wanted to, and finally people in the district made a motion within the district. Rather than face charges, Kirk Wickersham resigned. Because charges were filed against him. And we had people that were signed on to the charges in my district. 3 of the 4 people that ran for office as Republicans in my district were signed on to the charges. Roman Romanowski, who lost in the primary, who I campaigned for, signed on. Jimmy Crawford signed on.
This is not germane to the motion, and I'm going to ask that we move on. Here, ladies and gentlemen, what you have before you, the motion you have before you, either you have a choice. You either approve the SCC working with the temporary chair, Nancy Dahlstrom, to reorganize the district, call it a properly structured, reorganized district, or you leave it totally in limbo and not allow them to do that, because as we had voted earlier in the day, we recognized that the fact that the meeting had not been properly noticed and that it had not had a quorum is when we did not seat David Eastman. And that's the recognition. Well, you can do that, you can look at that if you want to again. But the only way for us to proceed forward, that I see it, is we either agree that we work with the temporary chairman to get it properly done, and regardless of how many other districts we have out there that haven't done things correctly, I wouldn't be admitting it if it was me. I'd be working to try to get it done right. And no matter how many times we've had somebody do it wrong, that doesn't give us an excuse to continue doing it wrong in the future. I think we need to get it done right according to the rules. And the only way we'll change this rule is at the next convention, which is going to be held where? In Juneau. So that the Juneau convention, if you want this rule changed on what constitutes a majority, get with the rules committee, get something drafted up. Otherwise, it basically the rule as stated is there. And if we don't, we can choose, I suppose. I don't think we can choose to set aside the rule. The challenge has been there. We have to look at that rule. But we need to either vote now, one way or the other. Do we vote to work with Nancy Dahlstrom to reorganize that district or not? That's the question before you. Is there any other debate? Seeing none. Are you ready to vote? We're going to vote. What's your point of order?
I think that the nature of the vote has been mischaracterized to work with this appointee, Mr. Goldberg. That's mischaracterization. What we're voting on here. What we're really voting on here is to vote the duly elected chair of the party in that district.
The motion has been specifically for the SCC to work with Nancy Dahlstrom, the temporary chair, to reorganize the district. The district can then choose whoever they want. But that's the motion that we're looking at. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Next agenda item. Let's see where did I put that agenda. Oh, I want to announce the vote for vice chairman. Mr. Eichler has been elected as the vice chairman of the party. And thank Mr. Palmer for also running. Appreciate it, putting your name up for that. That's something that all of us have won and lost a few elections. Next, is there a point? We're going to move on to the next agenda item. Let me take a look at the agenda. Where are we? We tabled the treasurer's presentation. And at this point, if you have Mr. We need a motion to remove the treasurer's presentation from the table.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Strait, I would move, we untable.
Untable the motion. Is there a second? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection. Mr. Clary.
The information that you were given is the balance sheet for May 21, 2013. This is the treasurer's report showing you the balances of all of the districts, the Young Republicans, the House Majority Fund, the Senate Majority Fund, and all of our liabilities and equities, and then our balance. So if there's any questions on this, I'll take a motion to accept this. The issue you just dealt with is something that I'm going to ask this body and the chairman to address in the future. District 12 has been asking for their money and asking me as the treasurer to give them a check of all of their money out of these funds. I've been accused of being fraudulent. I've been accused of misspending this money and not having it in the bank accounts, and several other things concerning this money. The money is still in the account, but there is no procedure for the treasurer to issue funds strictly by a district chair or a proposed district chair or presumptive district chairman to call the treasurer and say, hey, send me this amount of funds to our district. And I would like this body, along with the chairman, maybe to come up with a subcommittee that would come together and work with me to frame some language in the rules that would create a mechanism for us or those who work as the treasurer, the assistant treasurer, to get a paper trail for funds to be transferred out of the safekeeping of the Republican Party back into the hands of a district convention or district. So with that in mind, I'll leave that to the chairman to do that in the future. But this has been a very problematic situation for me and for others, and I'm sorry they had to go through this. I didn't want to go through it, but it's not that I'm keeping anyone's money. It's that I have to report to you and the funds, and I need some direction from you. So please consider maybe serving on this subcommittee, telling the chairman that you'd like to serve on that if he appoints it, and we can come up with something for that. Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion to accept the treasurer's report? Motion's been made. Seconded? Seconded? Is there discussion?
The ARP funds at the state level?
I mean, I've seen every district and everything. Is it GHGOP, is that ours, or?
That's Golden Heart.
That's the Golden Heart, okay? It's the operating balance equity, $11,279.
Okay, so that's what we have.
Correct.
Okay, that's what
The federal account is up at the top.
Any further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report and presentation as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by nay. Nay. The ayes have it. It's been
The second thing that the chairman had asked me to do, Mr. Goldberg, had put together a slide presentation to explain to this body where our funds come from, how they're spent and all. But in the lateness of this hour, I don't want to put you through this. It might be 15, 20 minutes long, and we can postpone this. So I'll follow.
Is there a motion to postpone until the next meeting?
So moved until the next SCC meeting.
Motion's been made and seconded to postpone until the next SCC meeting. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Report's over. Mr. Riedrich, I think we skipped over you on redistricting status, and I apologize for that. If you'd like to give that report now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first comment on what Glenn talks about in just a second. It is really important for each and every one of us to understand that the party has two separate bank accounts, one state and one federal. There have been many dispersions made, many accusations made. I quite frankly am sick of them. I will go back on the radio and point out that we report 100% of everything and have for over 20 years that I know of.
Mr. Riedrich, we have to basically restrict your report to the redistricting status. I appreciate your opinion, but we need to know.
Okay. Redistricting at this time is a very simple problem. We're waiting on the federal Supreme Court. They will be ruling by the end of June. So the federal decision is imminent. The case before the court is Title V still a functional part of the Voting Rights Act? Rather than discussing 1,400 options, I will simply say there are three potential outcomes that cover 98% of the relevant discussion. Number one is the court rules that Title V in its entirety is gone. Then we're just dealing with the state Supreme Court, and we no longer have a voting rights requirement for Alaska legislative districts. Is that likely? It's not overwhelmingly likely, but it's definitely possible. There's also the possibility that they will rule that the mess we have today is acceptable. That's kind of a horrific thought. Hopefully that's less than a 10% chance that the Voting Rights Act for Voting Rights Title V stays in place. That means that we will be required to have 8 voting rights districts in Alaska, 3 Senate, and 5 House. And that's the map that we ran under this last election. I think a likely scenario is a mid-ground. The Voting Rights Act Title II, the court ruled for some changes to Title II a few years ago. Basically what they did, they required minority groups to have voting rights status to have cohesive voting units. Or that they really are a designated voting population rather than a minority to protect that doesn't have any cohesive interest. If that's called the Jingles test, we probably, if we adopt a Jingles test for the state of Alaska, we're more than likely to come out with 6 voting rights districts rather than 8. And those are the more likely voting rights districts up north and down the west coast. To make the map a little simpler to draw, it will not affect a whole lot of things in urban Alaska. Well, it won't affect anything in urban Alaska. It will affect how some districts are stitched together from essentially Bethel north to the Arctic Ocean. That will not take a lot of time to do, and we should be finished with redistricting probably with somebody wanting to go to court about something, but everything short of that by Labor Day or shortly thereafter. It's a pretty simple process from here forward.
Thank you, Mr. Riedrich. Any questions? Hearing none. Our next agenda item. I don't know if Mr. Goldberg has anything there that he wants to present on the Speakers Bureau.
Do you have anything you want to say?
First of all, is Jason Rampton ready to present the motion? Is he there?
Jason? On Speakers Bureau?
No, before that, the donations and SCC meeting fees.
Oh, yeah, donations and SCC meetings. Sure. Yeah, let's go ahead. And Jason, do you have a motion on donations and SCC meeting fees?
All right, I'll make the motion. How's that?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll just make the motion. You know, when we ask people for money, we probably should give them some kind of reward. And the credit for this motion actually originated with Christie Trucks. I think it's a great idea. I'd be really surprised if anybody opposed to this one. The motion is that should any member of the SCC in a given calendar year donate $600 or make a monthly recurring donation of $50 a month, which would also total $600 a year, then that person would not have to pay fees at any of our SCC meetings and would be given a $50 credit at our state convention meeting. That would cost us $200 a year in granting them relief from fees, but we would net $400.
All right, is that a motion? The motion, as I understand it, is someone gives a donation of $600 in a calendar year or a recurring donation of $50 for 12 months, that then for a year, that then they have their registration fees at SCC meetings and what was it, Peter? And $50 credit for the state convention. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded. Motion's been seconded. Is there debate? Seeing no debate, are you ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, by nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Okay. Speakers Bureau. Mr. Goldberg, did you have something on that?
All right, this is more informational than anything. I understand that I have the authority as chair to create a speakers bureau. Now, the idea for this originated at the spring RMC meeting. As we all know, the Republican Party just does not have enough minorities within the parliament. And I have begun the process already of recruiting people to do a couple of different things. Number one, I'm looking for speakers, preferably from minority groups, that are willing to speak, to go out and speak to minority clubs. But in addition to that, I'd be looking for professionals such as doctors, because speakers to doctors' organizations, or dentists, to go to dentist conventions in Alaska, just to recruit people and build our ranks. Again, this is an informational thing. I already have about a half a dozen people, but I think by using that, we should be able to increase the participation in our ranks of people that just aren't showing up enough.
Okay.
So again, that's just an informational point.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Next item is resolution and presentation ACA. David Morgan. Okay. And let's say 2 minutes or so.
Well, yeah, but Bruce tore down the computer.
Oh, all right.
Basically, I turned in to basically the legislative health and social services subcommittee met last night. Started at 6:30 and went a little after 9. Basically tackling and talking about what we think is 3 or 4 major issues. The first one is we put together a 5-page synopsis of the Patient Protection and Affordability Care Act taxes that are going to hit, that have already started hitting, that will come out to about $60 to $70 million a year, and that'll hit Alaskans or Alaskan companies. We have a resolution prepared. Like I said, Bruce broke down the equipment, so I'll just send that in to.
Would you send it in? Yeah, it'd be great.
To the secretary. And it's been a long day. We also discussed, and the reason we want to do this is we've only had one individual, we only have one of our congressional delegation that voted for it, and also was the 60th vote we put over Obamacare, and that is our Senator Begich. So we think this will be a major campaign item this coming year, and hopefully it'll give us talking points to pound him in all opportunities, and well, whoever is the nominee can use this. The other activity that we talked about was the budget. We know that now that the oil tax issue is done, that the governor and the legislative leadership that were here earlier today is going to now start attacking costs. The Health and Human Service budget, Medicaid alone is $1.5 billion. It's now the largest department bigger than education. If you add in corrections and the cost of retirees, which is larger than the pension liabilities, healthcare costs and payouts on the state is now 52% of the entire budget in one form or another. The best indication is the Alaska State Healthcare Commission changed out their Senate rep will be the Majority Leader John Coghill. That right there told me that this year was oil tax issues. Next year is going to be healthcare costs, primarily Medicaid corrections, pensions. So I thought it'd just be me and Deb at the meeting. There's Deb. But we ended up with about 9 people there. We also talked about some social issues, which Deb usually handles. There were several bills that didn't get out on abortion and some other type of social service bills, which we'll have to work and do some strategies. Because of what we've been going through the last 3 meetings, when we met in Juneau, while a few of us on health were going to HES committees and seeing chairman, there was massive lobbying for Medicaid expansion, for the insurance exchange, in those activities. We're basically preparing resolutions and position papers to basically say why we don't want to do this and what is the real economic impact. That's in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. One other question for Mr. Goldberg. We're now into other issues on new business, and that is whether or not he wishes to appoint a subcommittee to work with the treasurer on how to a protocol for refunding funds back to a district.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question.
Question is, Mr. Clary asked for a subcommittee to be appointed by the chair, and we would do that later, I suppose, but to work with him on a protocol for how to refund funds or transfer funds back to a district. Question being, the question is, was it a legitimate request for those funds to be transferred back to the district or not, and a protocol on that. If you wanted to appoint a small subcommittee to work with him on a protocol.
If that is not addressed already in our rules, then I have no problem doing that. But from my hospital bed, I don't think I want to pick any names at this point.
No, I'm not saying you should, but if you would agree to do that down the line here when you feel better, I think that's all that would be necessary. Okay? Is there anything other to come before the body tonight? The next meeting, well, this is under new business. Yes, go ahead, Peter.
This is kind of, I never gave a chairman's report earlier, and I would not have done so at that time because I felt it was appropriate to at least give the body a chance to hear Russ and Debbie, because it would have been very possible that I would not have been the chair. But now that those appeals are behind us, I would just like to make some commentary.
Please go ahead.
As we all know, the primary reason for Russ and Debbie being rejected as chair has to do with money. And I just think the body should know how much money roughly has come into the party since you elected me vice chair and I started trying to collect money. We brought in roughly $15,000 in one-time contribution. We are running at nearly $1,200 a month in monthly contribution, which equates to a little bit more than $14,000 a year in total annual commitments. In addition to that, and again, credit's going to have to go to Randy and Christie. I believe at the House Majority fundraiser about 10 days ago, nearly 20,000 came in, and perhaps Randy or Christie can tell you how much has come in at the Senate Majority fundraiser. So money is coming in, and it's important that the body know that. Further, I kind of hope that for the appointments that the people would have had a chance to speak. Russ Beeling has been working very hard with me, and there are at least a couple of irons in the fire that I hope will light a fire not only under the SCC, but under the entire Republican Party in the state of Alaska. And from my personal inquiry, we're talking to the nurses here in the hospital, this may just do that. I have been in touch through Congressman Young to Congressman Ryan, who has promised to get Mitt Romney to Alaska. And we have already found dates for times and places when we might make that happen. And it's our understanding that Mr. Romney may be very well agreeable to coming up here. And we're thinking if that happens, we might be able to have a multi-phase visit with a man that could potentially generate $50,000 or more for the party. Secondly, and I believe Rick Davitt needs credit for this one, we all know that we have an annual Lincoln Day dinner. I believe it was Rick, and forgive me if I'm wrong for the name, but I believe it was Rick that came up with the idea of a Reagan Day dinner. And as part of that, we were already in touch with Michael Reagan, son of Ronald Reagan, and he might be willing to come up and speak as part of that. So I just want folks to know that we're moving forward. I really want to get a fire lit under not the SCC. I want to light a fire under the 130-something thousand Republicans in the state of Alaska. Because if we can do that, they just need folks. I want that man gone. And I hope you all work with me to make that happen. Other than that, when you get to the next SCC meeting part, one personal commitment I have, let's have the meeting after moose season closes.
Maybe before. Let's move on now to the last agenda item, and that is where and when our meeting should be. Ms. Joslin.
We have the next special committee meeting right before moose season on August 31st in Fairbanks. You'll already be in the vicinity. If you want to go moose hunting, you can just bring your stuff with you. As soon as we get done, take off and be ready for the next day.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, so ordered. What? Discussion? Okay.
We are going to be having a fundraiser with the House Majority. I spoke with Speaker Chenault in Fairbanks on the Friday night, like we did last year. We had a fundraiser, So we're all going to see in Fairbanks, we're going to have a fundraiser, and we also want to have a fundraiser for the Alaska Republican Party, start getting it on track, on ground. Welcome to Fairbanks, we'll see you there. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further objection? Hearing, seeing none, so ordered. On the last Saturday of August in Fairbanks. Okay.
Yeah, I think I heard the meeting date for August 31st. I just want to make sure it does not conflict with the next RNC meeting.
No, it does not.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Something else?
Just a point of clarification, dates are right. We've now taken, we're going to put my district 24. We spent a beautiful Memorial Day weekend here in Homer. We're now going to spend a beautiful Labor Day weekend in Fairbanks. Is there a way to not do it that weekend, please?
We could do it earlier. The 24th of August. Any objection to that? I'd like a motion to that effect.
I move that we meet in Fairbanks on August 24th for our next Central Committee meeting.
It's made and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there objection? Objection? David?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to congratulate our new Vice Chair, Mr. Eichler, as well as Mr. Goldberg for now becoming our new leadership team. Having done so, and since we have now effectively removed the elected convention leadership, I would like to move that we call a special state convention so that the special state convention can have input into who should be those permanent leaders.
I don't believe there's any provision for that in the rules. Is there? There's been a motion and a second to call for a special state convention. We did have a motion for adjournment prior to that. Parliamentarian? Well, actually, the motion was on the floor to adjourn, and it was seconded.
You have to take the vote on the motion to adjourn at this point in time.
If you want to discuss the matter that David has brought up, then vote not to adjourn. Otherwise, the motion was properly made and it was properly seconded, and we would vote on it now. So if you want to adjourn, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you very much for your cooperation today. Appreciate all your help with the temporary adjournment.
I can see pictures.
Just before you guys leave, if anyone wants to set up one of those recurring payments through the party, through the Federal Victory Fund, I have the forms right here. And I can save us some processing funds by doing it in-house instead of over the internet. Also, please leave your name tag with me. Trying to be fiscally responsible.
Hey, it's recorded at 7 o'clock. Guys, before my calendar, plug your this is the 31st. It's the last Saturday. It's the first Monday. It's today. I grabbed you real quick. I'm doing this later.
We did Memorial Day, now we're not doing this.
She's got it too.
Let's,
Don't